They say the woods don't keep secrets, but the rangers do. Every trail has a story. Some are written in reports. Others are whispered between shifts. These are the ones they don't talk about after dark. You've entered the part of the forest where even the brave don't linger. Listen closely. Some of these voices never made it back. My name is Ranger David M. Caro, and I've worked for the U.S. Forest Service for just over 14 years. Most of my assignments have been in the White Mountain National Forest, stationed primarily out of the Saco Ranger District near Conway, New Hampshire. I've logged hundreds of miles on foot from the Crawford Notch trails to the remote valleys east of Mount Carrigain. Most of my duties are routine: trail maintenance, hazard removal, wildlife observation. But in early October, I was assigned to assist with a birch canker survey across a portion of the northern forest where reports of sudden bark necrosis had been trickling in. It was supposed to be a quiet, one-day assessment. Check for fungal spread, tag infected trees, take samples, move on. I didn't expect anything unusual. That morning started cold and clear. I met up with Ranger Elise Corwin, who oversaw the botany section of our district. She was young, early 30s maybe, with a sharp precision to her notes and a steady way of speaking that made you feel she already knew the answer to any question you were about to ask. We left the station around 0700 with a field truck, 2 sample kits, marking flags, and lunch packs. Our route was along an old maintenance road that hadn't been officially opened since the early 90s. A stretch known as Tuckerman Spur Trailhead, about 5 miles past Sawyer River Road. The plan was to park at the gate and proceed on foot into a drainage basin where several clusters of paper birch had been flagged in aerial imagery for discoloration. The air smelled of frost and iron. The canopy still held its autumn mix, gold, amber, and deep red. But the birches stood ghost, white between the maples, their bark peeling in strips. Elise carried a GPS tablet loaded with our survey grid, while I handled tagging and field notes. The first couple of hours were uneventful. We found several trees with standard fungal lesions. Nothing alarming. Nothing that explained the urgency the state forester's office had hinted at. It wasn't until afternoon that we came upon the first carved trunk. We just crossed a dry streamlet when Elise stopped short, pointing with her clipboard. About 30 feet uphill stood a large paper birch, unusually straight, with a dull pinkish cast in its bark. The color wasn't rot. It looked almost like it had been rubbed raw. I started toward it, boots sliding on damp leaves, and immediately noticed the carvings. A column of capital letters cut deep into the trunk, initials stacked vertically in clean block form. RJM, Whiskey DMC. I stared at that last one for a while before I said anything. Those are initials, I finally said. Ranger initials. Elise came closer, running her gloved fingers near the bark without touching. RJM, she murmured. Wasn't that Ranger Miller? Retired mid-2000s. I nodded slowly. Yeah, he trained me, actually. Lived down in Bartlett after retirement. What about the last one? She asked. I looked again. The cuts were crisp, not old. The letters were clean, edged, maybe a week or 2 at most. Could be coincidence, I said. Common initials. But even as I said it, I knew there weren't that many people in our district whose names started with DMC. Certainly not many who carried a knife sharp enough to make incisions like these. We logged the coordinates, photographed the carvings, and marked the tree for lab review. Elise wrote something in her notes that I couldn't read. She didn't comment further, and we continued up the ridge, checking the next grid section. By 1400 hours, we'd logged 7 infected specimens and 2 additional carvings, one bearing JL, and another, faint in half, covered by bark regrowth, with AS. Elise noted both with visible tension. The initials matched a handful of names from the Ranger staff list. Some current, some long retired, and one, I realized with a chill, deceased. Ranger Alan Sipes had died in 2017, after a fall during a rescue operation near Franconia Ridge. I didn't tell Elise that right away. There's a professional instinct to hold things close until you're sure. Instead, I suggested we stop for a quick break. We sat on a boulder, shared thermos coffee, and watched a pair of ravens move across the canopy line. "This feels off," she said finally. "I don't mean in a ghost story way. Just these carvings are precise, intentional. Someone came through recently with a pattern in mind." I nodded. "Could be a vandal. Locals like to mark their spots sometimes. But the placement feels too remote for that." She agreed quietly. We didn't linger long. The trail narrowed as we approached the northern loop, a low basin dense with undergrowth. The GPS signal flickered from time to time, normal for the area, with its steep terrain and patchy satellite coverage. Around 15:30, the light began to turn, the golden hour bleeding into the trees. That's when Elise spotted what she called the anomaly. 50 yards downslope stood another birch, but this one had a red sheen, faintly glossy, catching light like varnish. The bark had ruptured around a wide vertical wound, about 2 feet long. Sap, thick and dark, had leaked down the trunk, coagulating at the roots. We both froze. It wasn't just sap. It was blood-colored. Up close, it didn't smell like rot or fungus. It smelled metallic, sharp, like rust mixed with rain. Elise took out a swab kit and began carefully scraping the surface. I handled documentation, timestamp, photo angles, coordinates. The camera lens fogged from my breath in the cool air. "This doesn't look fungal," she muttered. "No spore clusters. No bark deformation typical of canker spread. It's like someone peeled it back. Or something hit it," I said. "Bear claw, maybe. Or hatchet damage." She shook her head. "Too clean, no tearing around the edges." We didn't talk much after that. The silence of the forest pressed around us, heavy and low. The occasional drip from the birch trunk echoed like faint tapping. I kept thinking about the initials, how they'd looked fresh, how the bark at each site had been stripped, just enough to reveal lighter wood beneath. At 16:15, Elise suggested returning to the truck. We still had an hour of daylight, but the temperature had dropped fast. As we descended, we passed one last birch, near a bend in the creek. I almost didn't notice the carvings until the light hit them sideways. 9 sets of initials arranged in an arc, as if circled deliberately. Some letters had begun to flake with bark regrowth, others were raw. My own initials were there again, DMC. This time deeper, sharper, as though cut with a different hand. "Someone's messing with us," I said, though my voice sounded unsteady. "Has to be." Elise didn't answer. She was taking rapid photos, glancing from tree to tree. "There's pattern repetition," she said softly. "If this were vandalism, it's someone who knows the roster. Maybe even knows where we'd be today." She said it clinically, but the meaning hit hard. By the time we reached the gate, dusk had settled. The wind picked up, whispering through dead grass. The truck's cabin light flickered once when I turned the ignition. Just the alternator catching, I told myself. We loaded the sample kits, tagged bags, and started the drive back toward the main road. Elise typed her field notes into the tablet, muttering coordinates under her breath. Halfway down the access road, she stopped typing. "David," she said slowly, "this can't be right." She turned the screen toward me. The GPS log displayed a list of tagged tree points. But one of them, the one marked for the last birch, the one with the circle of carvings, showed an entry timestamp 2 days ahead. I frowned, assuming a sync error. "Maybe your tablet clock's off." She checked the time. It wasn't. All other entries read correctly. Only that one bore a future date, October 9th, 2025, 16:47 hours. The current date was October 7th. We didn't discuss it further. The ride back was quiet, except for the rattle of gear in the truck bed and the intermittent chirp of the radio trying to pick up signal. When we reached the ranger station at 1740, the others had already clocked out. The building smelled faintly of coffee and dust. I carried in the samples, labeled them for overnight storage, and signed the logbook. Elise uploaded the GPS data to the district server. Before leaving, she asked, "You mind if I copy the photos? Just to back them up?" "Go ahead," I said. She nodded, packed her tablet, and left for her car. I lingered in the gear room, checking over my knife, the one I'd carried for years. Standard issue. Blade worn dull from scraping lichen. When I slid it back into the sheath, I noticed a thin reddish line along the handle edge. Sap, I thought. Still, I wiped it clean before locking up. At home that night, I couldn't shake the sense that the carvings weren't random. That someone, maybe an ex-employee, maybe a vandal, had marked those trees intentionally, using our own identities like warnings or claims. I considered calling Ranger Miller, the retired one whose initials matched the first carving. But it was late, and I didn't want to seem paranoid over a few scratches in bark. Instead, I drafted a short incident note for internal reference. Subject: unidentified carvings discovered during birch survey, Tuckerman Spur area. Summary: multiple trees found bearing initials corresponding to current and former ranger staff. Unknown party responsible. Possible vandalism or unauthorized personnel activity. Samples collected. I saved the file under the date, October 7th, 2025, and shut down my laptop. Outside, wind scraped dry leaves along the porch railing. Somewhere beyond the window, the forest side, a slow, cold exhale rolling down from the mountains. And though I tried to reason it away, I couldn't stop replaying that GPS timestamp. The one that said 2 days ahead. The one that meant, by its math, that the final carving hadn't happened yet. When I got back to the ranger station the next morning, Elise was already in the lab. The fluorescent lights washed her face pale. The kind of early hour exhaustion you see after a night of thinking instead of sleeping. She'd pulled up the GPS data on the main terminal, cross-checking with the state forestry database. I said, "You beat me to it?" She barely looked up. The coordinates didn't sync right overnight. That future timestamp duplicated itself. Duplicated. She turned the screen toward me. On the display, our field log showed 2 identical entries for the same birch tree. Same coordinates, same photos, same tag ID. One still listed the correct time from yesterday. The other was time, stamped October 9th, 1647, and was now marked as verified. Verified by who? I asked. She scrolled to the bottom of the entry. There was no user signature, just a string of administrative numbers tied to our district server credentials, which meant either the system glitched or inside the network had validated the entry while we slept. Elise leaned back, rubbing her eyes. I emailed IT in Laconia, but they'll take days. I'm heading back out to double check the tags. I don't like having open anomalies in the log. I'll come with you, I said. Good. Bring a backup GPS and the new sample jars. The data might have corrupted. We left just after 0830. The road to Tuckerman Spur looked different under cloud cover. Grayer, smaller. The birches duller without sunlight. As we walked the first stretch of trail, the forest felt even quieter than the day before. No wind, no birdsong, just the soft crunch of our boots in the leaf litter. We followed our old path, tagging a few markers. At each spot, Elise cross-checked readings against her backup device. Everything matched, until we reached the ridge where we'd found the blood-stained birch. It was gone. The trunk still stood, but the red seepage had vanished, bark sealed over as if healed. No residue, no scent, no sample trace. The flag we'd placed at its base was still there, pinned neatly in the soil. Elise crouched, touching the bark with one gloved hand. "This isn't normal," she said under her breath. "A wound like that doesn't seal overnight. You'd see callus tissue, drying something." I ran my hand along the lower trunk, smooth, cool. There wasn't even a knife scar. I stepped back, taking in the scene. The birch stood in perfect health, bark bright white, no discoloration. "You sure this is the same tree?" I asked. "Same GPS, same elevation, same root pattern." She pointed to a knot near the base. "That's the same feature I logged yesterday." I didn't argue, but a knot of unease was settling somewhere behind my ribs. We pressed farther upslope toward the creek bend, where we'd found the circle of carvings. The moment I saw the clearing, I stopped. The birch with the circle still stood. The initials were still visible, but the ground around it was disturbed. Boot prints, several of them, and bits of birch bark scattered in a fan. Someone had been there since we left. Elise crouched again, tracing the boot impressions. "That's a men's size 12 or 13, she said quietly. "Too large for me, too deep for yesterday's soil conditions. Whoever it was, they came after dark? Staff patrol, maybe." She shook her head. "No scheduled patrols." I checked the board. I circled the tree, scanning the carvings. There was something new. At the bottom of the column, fresh initials had been added, EC. Elise froze when she saw it. For a long time, she just stood there, staring at those two letters. "It's just coincidence," I said, though it sounded weak. "Someone could have seen our badges or the roster list online. Maybe it's a prank." Her jaw tightened. "Then they're watching us." "That's not better." We documented everything again. Photos, timestamps, sample bags of the bark shavings. When Elise uploaded the coordinates from her backup device, the system immediately duplicated the new data entry, tagging it again as October 9th, 1647. I watched the numbers flicker on the screen. "It's like the system's waiting for that time," I said. She looked at me sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean, maybe whatever's creating these entries isn't random. It's keyed to that timestamp. We didn't have a theory better than that, so we worked quietly until noon." The air thickened. Clouds rolled in heavy and low, muting the light. We ate lunch near the creek in silence. Elise scrolled through photos on her tablet, side-by-side shots from yesterday and today. She held the screen so I could see. "Look," she said. "Yesterday's photo of the blood birch. The timestamp reads 1558. In the reflection off the sap, you can see something." I squinted. The image caught the faint mirrored glint of the forest, but deeper in the reflection, barely discernible, was a shape, a vertical silhouette beside the tree, darker than the rest of the woods. "Could be me," I said automatically. "You were standing to my left when I took it." We both stared at it until the breeze shivered through the leaves and broke the silence. Then she shut off the screen and packed up the tablet. We hiked back down early, deciding to report the findings directly to our district supervisor, Ranger Haskin. He was the kind of man who didn't appreciate mystery. I figured if anyone could knock sense into the situation, it was him. He met us in the station office at 1500 hours, arms crossed, expression flat. Elise presented the photos, coordinates, and the strange duplication issue. I gave the summary of physical evidence. Disturbed soil, footprints, new carvings. When she showed him the future, dated entries, he frowned. "That's a sync bug," he said. "We've had a few this month. Don't turn it into a campfire story." "I'm not saying it's paranormal," Elise said tightly. "I'm saying someone's accessing our network, marking data before we do. They're using internal credentials." Haskin sighed. "Well forwarded to IT. You both did your part. Lock the samples in the evidence freezer and take the rest of the day off." It was dismissal disguised as reassurance. Elise didn't argue, but she wasn't happy either. On her way out, she paused at the bulletin board by the door. Pinned there, beneath the day's trail maintenance assignments, was a sheet of printer paper. Across it, typed in standard font, was a short message at TUC Carmona Spiori. Silas at Fasiorvi YMOANTNE effective October 9th, 2025. 1647 hours. The paper wasn't signed. We both stared at it for a long moment. Then Haskin looked up from his desk, saw our faces, and said, "Yeah, I printed that this morning. District notice from above. Don't ask me why they picked the exact time. Maybe it's procedural." Elise folded her arms. "We just came from that site. It's not supposed to be closed." "Then it will be," he said, tone final. We left without another word. By the time I got home, the sky had turned bruised purple. Rain threatened but never came. I poured a drink, sat by the window, and opened my laptop to review the digital field logs again. The district's internal portal showed both Elise's and my uploads from the day, and a third, newly added file. The file name read, DMC to Tuckerman log 1925, PDF tomorrow's date. I opened it. Inside were 2 pages of typed field notes written in my own style. Concise, formatted exactly as I wrote them. The text began mid-entry. 1642, return to circle site. Tree count sane, bark disturbance noted. Elise confirmed GPS stable. Audio interference on radio channel 4. 1647, heard impact approx. 20 north. Elise went to check. End of log. I scrolled down. At the bottom there was a signature block. My name typed neatly. No timestamp of upload, no author metadata. I sat there for a long time, staring at my own name. The system shouldn't have been able to auto-generate anything, let alone a log that didn't yet exist. Around 21:30, my phone buzzed. A text from Elise. "Did you see the closure notice timestamp?" I replied, "Yeah." 1647 again. Another message came seconds later. "We need to be there tomorrow before that time. If someone's staging this, I want to see who." I hesitated, then typed back agreed. I'll bring the field camera. Sleep came in patches that night. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw those carved initials. The white bark split open, the neat letters filling with dark sap. I kept thinking about how clean the cuts had looked, like something cut from the inside out. At dawn, I packed my gear, a new knife, 2 radios, and the field camera. The air outside was heavy, fog rolling through the valleys. When I reached the ranger station, Elise was already waiting by the truck, thermos in hand. "You ready?" she asked. "As I'll ever be." We drove in silence, tires humming against the wet road. When we turned onto the spur trail, fog swallowed the tree line. Visibility dropped to 50 feet. "This'll be quick," Elise said, though her voice was tight. "We get there, check the tree, verify no new activity, and leave before 1640. 7. Copy that." We parked at the gate. The woods beyond looked colorless, muted under the fog. Every sound, footsteps, branch snaps, felt pauser than it should. Halfway up the ridge, the radio crackled to life. A burst of static. Then a voice, faint, garbled, but unmistakably mine. "To impact 20 meters north." Elise stopped dead. "That was..." "Yeah," I said quietly. "That was me." We stared at each other. The radio hissed again, another fragment. Elise went to check. She turned the volume down, face drained of color. "That's from the file," she said. "The one you found last night." The forest went still. Somewhere in that quiet, we both heard it. The sound of something heavy striking wood, once, twice, muffled by fog. Elise raised her head, eyes wide. "North," she said. I checked my watch, 16:43. The first impact came from somewhere downslope. Muted but solid, like a log splitting or an axe striking soaked wood. It carried through the fog in 3 dull echoes. Elise and I froze. The sound had distance but no clear direction. 20 meters north, she whispered, quoting the line from that strange log I'd found. We started moving carefully, following the compass and counting steps. The fog was dense enough to scatter sound. Every few feet, it felt like the noise shifted, retreating or circling. My boots slid on slick leaves. I kept my hand near the radio, thumb hovering over the call button. After 50 yards, the sound came again. Closer this time, sharper. A metallic ring followed by a crack. We crouched behind a birch cluster. Through the mist, something pale flickered between the trunks. I raised the binoculars. What I saw made no sense at first. A figure tall, bulky, dressed in what looked like a Forest Service jacket, stood by a tree, striking its bark with a short, handled hatchet. The motion was slow, methodical. After each strike, the figure leaned in, doing something at eye level, maybe carving. Elise touched my arm. "Who was that?" I didn't answer. I focused the lenses. The fog distorted details, but I could make out the color of the jacket. Green canvas, and the patch on the sleeve. Same model we wore. The figure turned slightly. The beard, the frame, something about it was familiar, and the recognition hit in a cold wave. "That's Miller," I whispered. "Elmer Miller. He retired 15 years ago." "Yeah, lives in Bartlett. Or used to." She frowned. "Used to. Hay passed last winter. Stroke." We stayed behind the birches, watching as the man, if it was a man, continued carving. The blows slowed, then stopped. He stepped back and stared at the trunk for a long moment before raising his hand and pressing it flat to the fresh mark. "Come on," Elise said softly. "We need to see what he's doing." I wanted to say no, to call Haskin or anyone else, but logic overrode fear. If someone was vandalizing federal property, dead or not, we had to intervene. We approached from the flank, staying downwind. My boots brushed wet ferns, radio clipped low to avoid static. The figure didn't react. When we were within 15 feet, I saw the carving clearly. Fresh initials, dark and gleaming in SAP DMC. The figure's hand still rested against the bark. Ranger Miller, I called, voice steady but louder than I intended. This area's restricted. Step back from the tree. No response. The fog swirled between us. Elise moved slightly ahead, angling for visibility. Sir, please. The figure turned. I swear the face was his. Deep creases, pale eyes, same gray beard I remembered. But it was wrong somehow. Expression slack, like recognition never reached him. His lips parted, and in a gravel, thick voice he said, "Your turn." Elise grabbed my sleeve. "David, we're leaving." Now, the man lifted the hatchet, not toward us, but toward the birch again. He struck once, twice, each blow landing precisely between the lines of my initials. The wood split slightly, sap welling out dark and thin. Then, as if a curtain dropped, the fog thickened, swallowing him whole. We backed off fast, nearly slipping on the slope. My pulse roared in my ears. The fog muffled everything, but the smell, metallic damp, hung heavy. We didn't stop until we reached the stream below. Elise knelt, breathing hard. That wasn't possible. Could have been someone who looks like him. I said automatically, though I knew it wasn't true. She shook her head. No one knew where we'd be, David. No one. I checked my watch, 16:46. From the ridge above, a tree groaned. The long sound of wood splitting under strain. A second later, something crashed through the canopy. We ducked instinctively as a birch limb snapped and fell across the stream, splashing mud. The radio crackled. Elise went to check. It was my voice again. Clear, deliberate. The same line as the file. "Turn that off," she said sharply. "I can't. It's not broadcasting." The speaker hissed once more, then went dead. We started down the trail at a run. I don't remember half that descent. Just the motion, the fog thinning in streaks, the rasp of breath, and the metallic taste in my mouth. When the truck finally came into view, it looked unreal, like a photograph. Elise yanked the driver's door open, threw her gear inside, and slammed it shut. I stood outside a moment longer, glancing back toward the ridge. The fog was retreating uphill, and for a split second I saw the birch we'd left behind. Something was etched in a wide circle around it. More letters, dozens now, overlapping. The white bark shimmered red under the last light. I climbed in. We didn't speak until we hit the paved road. Only when the radio picked up normal chatter again did Elise exhale. "What do we tell Haskin?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Not until we know what we saw." She stared at me like she wanted to argue but didn't. We drove in silence the rest of the way. Back at the station, the lot was empty except for Haskin's truck. The office lights glowed dim through the blinds. Elise headed straight for the data terminal to upload the day's readings. I went to the locker room, needing a minute to think. When I came back out, she was standing in the doorway, pale. "David," she said, "come here." On the main monitor, the file system was open. New folders had appeared under our survey log directory, each labeled with a date and time. The newest one read 1009-25-1647. Inside it was a single file Ida Cohen field log, PDF. Elise opened it. 2 lines only, 1647, heard impact. David went to check. End of log. The timestamp on the file metadata matched 5 minutes ago. She closed the laptop like it burned her. We're reporting this now. No more waiting. We found Haskin in his office. He looked tired, eyes rimmed red from a day of paperwork. Elise laid out everything. The carvings, the figure, the radio interference, the duplicate logs. I expected disbelief, maybe irritation, but he didn't interrupt once. When she finished, he simply asked, "You said you saw Miller?" "Yes," I said. "At least, I thought I did." He exhaled slowly, leaned back in his chair. "You two don't know this, but we've had odd reports in that sector before. Always Birch-related vandalism, always initials of staff. We assumed it was bored locals. Miller was the one who first logged it. Back in 2008, Elise blinked. You never mentioned that. Because it stopped after he retired, Haskin said. Until now. He rubbed his forehead. Look, I'll file this, but keep it off record for now. We'll close the area tomorrow per order. Don't go back there. We didn't argue. Outside, dusk had deepened. The mountains were dark shapes against a flat gray sky. Elise left soon after. I stayed behind to finish paperwork. Though my mind was miles away. When I finally shut down the computer, I noticed something in the inbox of my Ranger email. A new message. No sender. Subject field confirmation. Body Tuckerman Spur survey complete. Closure enacted tended for ZO 9025, 1647. Personnel accounted for DMC. Pending EC. I deleted it instantly. That night I couldn't sleep. The image of the red birch burned behind my eyelids. The way the bark seemed to pulse like skin. Around midnight, I stepped out onto the porch. The sky had cleared, stars sharp over the ridge. The forest was silent. Then, faintly, from the direction of the spur, came 3 distant strikes. Slow, deliberate, like an axe against wood. I told myself it was windfall cleanup crews. Told myself anything that made sense. The next morning, Elise didn't report for duty. Her car was still in the station lot. Keys on the passenger seat. Inside the office, Haskin was already on the phone with the sheriff. He looked up at me with an expression I'll never forget. Part anger, part confusion, part fear. They found her GPS tablet, he said quietly, out near the spur. Time stamped 1647. I didn't go out there. I wasn't asked to. A week later, after the official search was suspended, I drove past the old access road. The closure sign still hung across the gate. AAC Lacid. Manpaggress effective October 9, 2025, 1647 hours. Through the trees, I could just make out the white shimmer of birch trunks. One, taller than the rest, bore a faint reddish hue even from the road. When I got home that evening, a new document had appeared in my laptop's desktop folder. No sender, no upload history. Just a plain text file titled Tuckerman Logger Final, TXT. It contained a single line end of survey, tree count stable, personnel logged. Then, beneath that, my initials and Elise's. I printed it, sealed it in a folder, and placed it in my desk drawer. I still work for the Forest Service. I still walk those mountains every season. The birch canker cases have declined, though we monitor for recurrence each autumn. Officially, Tuckerman Spur remains closed. Sometimes, on the northern ridges, I'll see a pale trunk shining through the timber. If I get close enough, I always check the bark. Most trees are clean. But every now and then, I'll find fresh carvings, letters too precise to be accidental. And when I do, I tag the coordinates, mark the sample bag, and log the discovery under a single word. Unresolved. Because that's what it is. And because, even now, The system still creates an entry 2 days ahead, time stamped exactly 1647. My name is Thomas Keene. I've been with the National Park Service for 23 years. 16 of those on night patrol here in Everglades National Park. I'm filing this as part of Shift Report 219B, conducted between 18:00 and 06 hours on June 8th. Standard patrol coverage included the southern sawgrass tracks between Shark Valley and the Pahaioki Overlook, about 32 miles of unpaved service road, canals, and levees. I was alone in Vehicle 4, equipped with standard issue night, vision binoculars, thermal camera, and the usual field gear. This is a factual account of that shift, written within 24 hours while memory remains intact. It had rained earlier that afternoon, one of those fast, moving summer squalls that steam right off the Marl Flats once the sun returns. The humidity inside the cab felt like a wet blanket, even with the fan running full tilt. The air smelled like rot and water lilies, sweet and foul together. Every patrol night out here carries the same rhythm: check floodgates, verify barrier locks, log water levels, record wildlife sightings. Sometimes I radio in to dispatch just to hear another voice. Nights get long when it's just you and the swamp. By 2030, the sun had gone. The last orange light drained off the sky, and the whole horizon turned the same metallic gray that never really goes black in the glades. The clouds hold the moonlight like dirty glass. That's when I switched the dash camera and Bodycam to record. Procedure requires both for documentation, though I've long stopped reviewing the footage unless something goes wrong. At 21:05, I stopped at Checkpoint 7, a small levee junction where the water from the North Canal meets the old fire break. It's an open stretch, flat and silent except for frogs and nightjars. I was marking the inspection sheet for culvert flow when the first odd thing happened. A sound that didn't fit. Not loud. Not even clear at first. It was like pressure shifting, a slow exhale through the grass, coming from somewhere east of the levee road. I raised the light, scanned. Nothing visible beyond the sawgrass shimmering in the wind. I listened again, heard the popping of water insects, the drone of mosquitoes, the distant call of a limpkin. Then that same long exhale closer. Thermal camera showed no signature, no gator, no hog, no human heat bloom. I toggled the gain and waited for the image to adjust. Still nothing. The air temperature hovered around 84, ground at 86. Any living thing larger than a heron should have shown up, even faintly. I noted auditory anomaly. East of Checkpoint 7, 21.07 Hz, in my field notebook. Probably wind pressure through the reeds, I told myself. The Everglades plays tricks with sound. Distance folds in strange ways. By 21:30, I was back in the truck heading south toward the maintenance causeway. The radio crackled twice with static, then cleared. Dispatch confirmed no active calls, no other units in my grid. We keep a small crew at night, usually just me, and one ranger covering the western basin. The rest are asleep in Homestead or stationed at Flamingo. It's an empty feeling, knowing no one's closer than an hour away by road. At 22:20, while driving the levee ridge, I spotted movement in the headlights, just a flicker of motion at the far edge of the beam. I slowed. A heron lifted off, wings wide, but there was something else behind it, something that bent the grass in a low, rolling line. The movement was too steady for wind and too smooth for an animal breaking through reeds. It was as if a wake was moving through the grass, like something swimming, but faster than water allows. I stopped the truck, Left the headlights on high. The rippling line stopped too, 20 yards out. I leaned forward, window down, body cam running. The grass swayed slightly, just enough to that something solid occupied that space. I switched to thermal again. Nothing. Flat blue field. No gradient. I aimed at the same spot with the Wazer rangefinder 40, 7 feet exactly. I called it in. Possible injured wildlife or submerged debris. To have it logged for daylight check. Dispatch acknowledged. For about a minute I just watched. The line of grass slowly straightened, the movement easing out like the last ripple on a pond. Then silence. Not a sound. No insects, no frogs, not even wind. The Everglades doesn't go silent unless something big is near. Every instinct I've learned out here told me to stay in the truck. But protocol says investigate visible disturbances if safe. I decided to approach on foot for a short recon, 50 yards max. I clipped on the body cam light, stepped into the sawgrass. The water came halfway up my boots, warm and slick with algae. The air was dense enough to taste. Each step sounded huge against the stillness. 10 yards in, I realized how far sound carries when everything else is muted. I could hear my pulse over the hiss of the grass. About 15 yards from the road, I caught a faint odor, like sulfur mixed with iron. Not decay exactly, but metallic. I checked the camera feed again. The thermal screen showed a clean blue wash. My own outline was visible, bright orange, but nothing else. Then I noticed a circle forming around me. A low ripple in the standing water, maybe 2 meters wide. Concentric waves pushing out evenly from my boots. I froze, thinking I'd stepped into a sink pocket or disturbed an air bubble trapped in the peat. But the ripple didn't fade. It kept expanding. The radio crackled with a burst of static so loud it startled me. Then dispatch's voice, faint. Unit 4, confirm 10-23. Last ping reads stationary. I responded, affirmative, checking possible ground instability. All safe. My voice didn't sound right. Too calm, rehearsed. I started to back toward the levee, slow steps. The ripples continued. This time pulling inward instead of out, like the water was drawing breath. When my heel hit solid gravel again, I turned fast and climbed back into the truck. I kept the headlights aimed at the spot, watching through the windshield. The water's surface still moved for a few seconds, then went still. I wrote another line in the logbook. Unexplained hydrodynamic disturbance. No visible agent, approx. 2237 Hers. I underlined unexplained, which isn't something I normally do. The rest of the night stretched on uneventful for a while. I drove the southern loop twice, logged a raccoon sighting and a broken gate latch near marker 12. Routine work, until ZUA 140, when the body cam sensor beeped. It only does that when the lens detects significant motion within 5 feet. I checked the playback, nothing. Just my reflection in the driver's side window, and behind it, grass shifting like wind. But the anemometer on the dash read 0. I stepped out again, keeping one hand on the open door. The heat had thickened into fog low to the ground. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the horizon with the spotlight. The beam caught dragonflies, cattails, and empty mist. I called dispatch again, just to ground myself in procedure. Unit 4 confirming routine status 0143. They responded with static, then a broken word. Opie? Maybe. Copy. Then silence. When I turned back to the road, there were fresh tracks on the gravel. 3 parallel lines like something dragged evenly beside the truck tires. No human prints, no claw marks. Just long indentations about 3 inches wide. Running perfectly straight, for maybe 30 feet before vanishing into the grass. I photographed them, logged the GPS coordinates, then checked again with the thermal. Still no heat signature. None at all. Not even residual warmth from my own steps moments earlier. At 02:10, I decided to return north toward station. The fog thickened as I drove, reducing visibility to maybe 20 yards. The headlights carved tunnels through the white. That's when I noticed the dashboard clock had frozen at 02:17. Digital display, but no seconds ticking. I tapped it, nothing. My phone clock said 02:24. The truck clock stayed frozen until I reached the concrete causeway at 03 then flickered back to life as if nothing happened. Probably a moisture short, though I'd never seen it freeze like that before. When I parked at the maintenance bay around hour 30, I checked the front grille. The lower bumper was spattered with fine gray residue, not mud, not ash, something in between. It had a faint metallic smell, same as before. I bagged a sample for lab review under the environmental debris code, which is what we use when we don't have a category that fits. I finished the rest of the shift near the visitor center perimeter, logging cameras and confirming sunrise patrol transfer. At 05:58, first light broke over the tree line, and the mist finally began to lift. The sawgrass glowed gold, and everything looked normal again. Too normal, like the swamp had reset itself. I reviewed the body cam footage briefly before uploading to archive. All entries played fine until 21.7 hours, the exact moment that first sound occurred. From there to 22.37, the video distorted intermittently. No loss of audio, but the image pixelated in vertical bands, as if light were being refracted through water. Thermal log showed the same anomaly. Every 30 seconds, a full drop to 0 Kelvin for half a frame, then normal again. The lab will chalk it up to sensor interference or equipment error. I probably would too, if not for the fact that I know those systems, inside out. I helped install them. They don't just drop to 0 unless something overwhelms the calibration field. Still, this is a factual account, not speculation. My job is to document, not interpret. I've logged everything, turned in the footage, submitted the debris sample. Tomorrow the techs will review it, find nothing out of spec, and the report will get filed under inconclusive. But I can't shake one image. Right before the footage glitches for the last time, there's a half-second frame where some shape, rises just above the sawgrass line, about 20 yards east of checkpoint 7. It's low, amorphous, like steam with weight. No heat, no definition. Just absence standing where warmth should be. End of shift report 219B. Filed by Ranger Thomas Keene, Everglades National Park. I came off shift at 06 Dozer, turned in the truck keys, logged the footage upload, and went through the usual end of watch motions. The kind of muscle memory you build after 20 years, check forms, sign logs, hand over reports. My handwriting still looked steady then, but by the time I got to the break room, the coffee cup rattled faintly against the table when I set it down. I didn't notice until later. Sunrise in the Everglades always feels deceptive. You step out from 12 hours of darkness, and everything looks harmless again. Blue sky, herons lifting off, dragonflies zipping through the reeds. The swamp resets itself, like it's washing away the memory of the night. I kept telling myself I'd overanalyzed what I saw, that it was probably methane release or ground. Gas pushing heat distortion into the camera. That happens out here more often than visitors realize. I've logged it before. Still, the 0 heat frames bothered me. I reviewed the footage again at the operations desk before heading home. The distortion comes in steady intervals, exactly 30 seconds apart. You could set a watch to it. No random flicker, no audio interference, just that precise pulse of blue static. During each drop, the body cam's internal temperature reading stays normal. Only the visual field cuts out. The camera sees cold where there should be heat, but the sensor itself doesn't register any cooling. I sent the clip to the technical review office in Homestead and marked it as equipment anomaly for diagnostic. That's protocol. No one looks twice if you follow the right steps. I didn't mention the odor or the drag marks on the gravel. Those would only invite paperwork and speculation, and I didn't have energy for either. By 09 Dozard, I was still in uniform, sitting in the staff trailer with the blinds closed. The air conditioner rattled like it was choking. The smell of swamp lingered in my clothes. Mud, diesel, metal. I kept replaying that minute where the water rippled inward. It's the sort of detail your mind loops on, because it has no category for it. You can't log it as wind. Can't log it as animal movement. Can't call it supernatural either, because that's not what we do. Out here, you stick to the physical world. Anything else is career suicide. Around 10 Toadu, Ranger Marisol Vega stopped by with the lab samples. She's our environmental tech, sharp and meticulous. She said the residue I scraped from the bumper tested negative for organic content. No plant matter, no ash, no standard particulate composition. Just trace silica and oxidized iron. Looks like microsediment, maybe uplift from the road, she said. But I could tell she wasn't convinced. Sediment doesn't stick like film, and it doesn't smell like hot metal. She offered to rerun it, and I told her to hold off until we verified the camera logs. By noon, I should have gone home. I didn't. I drove back toward Checkpoint 7. The air felt heavier than usual, like the pressure before a storm. The sky had gone that peculiar flat white. Sunlight diffused through haze. I parked at the levee and walked the stretch where I'd seen the grass move. Everything looked ordinary. Water flat, reeds upright, birds nesting. The mud where I'd stepped was intact, no new disturbance. But the gravel where the tracks had been was washed smooth, as if it had been deliberately cleared. Rain hadn't hit that section overnight. I checked the rainfall data. 0 precipitation recorded after 22 Fodred. A parked boat passed in the distance, engine droning low. I waved to the pilot, who didn't wave back. Might have been glare in his eyes, but something about the way he looked through me made the heat climb up my spine. I decided to mark a boundary flag and log it, for maintenance check instead of sticking around. Back at station, I found a note from dispatch supervisor Harlan clipped to my report. Thermal malfunction confirmed. No service ticket filed yet. Please confirm camera calibration before next night shift. That's bureaucratic for drop it until we know what to call it. I calibrated the device anyway. Everything tested within normal parameters. By mid-afternoon, I was running on caffeine and stale air. Most of the day crew had gone home. Early because of heat index warnings, so the building felt hollow. I sat at the console reviewing unrelated footage from the other units just to distract myself. Unit 3's dashcam caught a panther crossing the road near mile marker 9. A rare sight, clean thermal profile, textbook example. Watching it gave me a weird sense of relief. A living thing, giving off heat like it should. Then, out of habit, I checked the bodycam archive listing again. The file for my shift, 219B, showed a secondary tag I didn't assign. Auto capture 02 lighted. I opened it. The clip ran 26 seconds. It wasn't from my body cam. The metadata listed the same serial number, but with an unlogged instance. It started black, then flickered to static. The field. A view showed the same levee I'd been parked on earlier, headlights still on, but no one in the driver's seat. The time stamp read 02:41, the same minute the truck's clock froze. The image was grainy monochrome green. Through the fog, the grass on the left side of the frame pressed outward, like something sliding beneath it. The waterline shimmered, forming a faint depression that widened toward the truck. Then the footage cut. I sat there staring at the frozen frame, the cursor blinking. Could have been a file glitch. Maybe a residual fragment from another camera feed. But we don't have overlapping systems that auto record outside manual activation. I checked the server, no upload logs between fixing and 0224 except my own. That was the moment. I stopped trying to rationalize everything as coincidence. I still didn't believe in anything beyond the physical, but I started realizing how easily the physical can go undocumented. The cameras we trust can misfire, the logs we file can misalign, and something real can slip through the cracks because no metric exists to capture it. I left the console running and went outside. The air hit me like steam. Out in the lot, the concrete shimmered under heat waves. The swamp smelled stronger than usual. I stood by the truck, looked out over the marsh, and felt that same faint tremor underfoot, the subtle vibration you get when water moves through culverts far below. It was steady, rhythmic, almost like breathing. I crouched to touch the ground. The vibration stopped. At 1600, I met briefly with Chief Ranger Duran to submit the day's paperwork. He skimmed the report and said, "Probably just methane pockets. Happens all the time out here." He wasn't wrong. Gas release can bend light, 'cause cold readings even distort thermals. I nodded, said I'd follow up. He told me to get some rest before my next shift. I didn't go home. I sat in my truck on the access road, just north of Pahaoki, until the sun started to drop. There's a certain moment in the Everglades, about 30 minutes before dusk, when the light turns amber and the insects begin to rise in sheets. It's beautiful in a way that feels almost wrong, like the world holds its breath between day and night. I waded through that changeover, watching the reeds sway in waves. At 18:30, dispatch called my radio, routine start of shift check. I was technically off duty, but they probably assumed I'd volunteered to cover the evening patrol again. I didn't correct them. I told them I was heading toward checkpoint 7 for preliminary inspection. They acknowledged. By the time I reached the levee, the horizon was a dark band, and the sky was bruised purple. I parked at the same spot, left the truck idling. The water shimmered with the first hint of moonlight. I watched for 15 minutes, noting nothing unusual, until the surface tension changed, tiny bubbles rising in a ring, then bursting. I recorded it on my phone. Temperature reading: ambient 82, windy 0. When the last bubble broke, the water stilled completely. My phone microphone picked up a low-frequency hum, barely audible. At first I thought it was the engine, so I cut the ignition. The sound remained, a bass note vibrating in the chest more than the ears. It came in pulses, about one every 2 seconds, like a heartbeat. I tried to localize it but couldn't. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I marked the coordinates and stepped back onto gravel. The hum faded, leaving only the sound of frogs resuming their calls. It's probably subsonic resonance, pressure from the aquifer or a levee valve shift. That's what I'll write. Still, I know the difference between mechanical noise and something that feels responsive. Each pulse seemed to match my breathing. When I exhaled, the next beat followed. When I held still, it paused too. Back at station, the night supervisor joked, "I was addicted to that checkpoint." "You looking for ghosts out there, Keen," he said. I told him no, just checking infrastructure integrity. He laughed, said ghosts don't file paperwork. At 2200, I sat alone in the locker bay, finishing the supplemental report. Outside, the crickets screamed loud enough to shake the windows. I added my final note, the kind I rarely let myself write. Recommend temporary closure of the levee. Access between mile marker 7 and checkpoint 8 until ground instability source verified. Observed irregular water resonance not attributable to wind or visible fauna. Further monitoring required during controlled thermal calibration. I know how it reads. Dry, official, harmless. But between the lines, what I'm really saying is that something out there interacts with the instruments, the environment, maybe even with us. Not supernatural, not mythic, just unclassified. Before leaving, I ran the body cam one last time to check its baseline temperature. It read normal, 86° Fef. The test clip recorded me in the locker room. Mirror, standard verification shot. I turned to power it down and noticed, for the briefest second, that the reflection lagged half a frame behind the movement. A sync delay, maybe from low battery. Still, I felt the hair rise on my arms. I shut it off and sealed the report in the outgoing tray. I'll clock in again tonight, same route, same grid. The Everglades doesn't change for anyone. But I'll mark checkpoint 7 in my head as something different now. Not haunted, not dangerous. Just a place where the data stops making sense. And if I hear that breath again through the grass, I'll keep recording. Because the moment you stop documenting, that's when the swamp starts erasing you. I'm filing this last entry out of sequence. The timestamp will say June 9th. But the events belong to the night that followed my supplemental report. Technically still part of the same duty cycle. I didn't intend to return to checkpoint 7, but something about leaving that note unfinished made it impossible to rest. The official narrative stops at the last paragraph. I turned in. What follows is what didn't make it to the paperwork. I started my third consecutive night at 18 others. The swamp was still recovering from another afternoon storm. Lightning had rolled through around 4, knocking out power to the north substation. By nightfall, the generators were running, and the humidity felt heavier than it should have. The air presses on you out here. Dense, physical, like weight on the skin. Dispatch was light on staff. Duran was off duty. Vega had taken a field day for the lab run. And the only voice on radio was a temp operator who'd never handled night patrol traffic before. I didn't even catch his name. He called in my check, in code wrong twice, which didn't help the mood. I logged the start time anyway, clipped on the body cam, and set out toward the southern levee. The drive felt longer than usual. Fog hung low over the road, thicker than the forecast predicted. My windshield wipers clicked every few seconds, though there was no rain. Just condensation forming and reforming. I kept thinking about the word I'd written in the last report unclassified. It had seemed neutral when I typed it, but reading it back, it felt like a placeholder for something that doesn't fit the categories we trust. By 2000, I reached checkpoint 7. The air temperature was steady at 83, barometric pressure slightly lower than the previous night. The sky was a flat gray, moon hidden. I parked, turned off the engine, and let the natural sounds settle. The first difference I noticed was the quiet. Normally, the Everglades never stop humming. Crickets, frogs, owls, distant gators. But the entire soundscape had shifted up in pitch. Like everything alive was holding a note too high for comfort. The grass nearest the levee leaned eastward, though the wind gauge read 0. I ran a quick equipment test. The thermal camera held calibration, no drops. The body cam temperature readout was stable. I marked the readings. Checked the road surface for more drag marks. Nothing. Just clean gravel and a faint shimmer of water in the ditch. At 2 to 104, the first pulse hit. It wasn't sound exactly. More like a shift in pressure. The same low vibration I'd felt before, but heavier. The water's surface trembled, not from raindrops or insects, but in perfect concentric rings centered, maybe 20 feet off the road. I aimed the thermal lens and zoomed in. The image showed the same cold bloom as before, a circular void in the heat map, expanding outward, uniform blue. I called dispatch to log it. Static answered. I tried again. This time a faint voice came through, female, not the operator I'd heard earlier. Unit 4. Confirm visual, she said. I responded, affirmative. Unknown water activity. Coordinates checkpoint 7. Then nothing. The channel stayed open, but no reply came. The squelch light glowed red, as if someone was still keyed in on the other end. I decided to document manually. I stepped out, body cam running, and walked toward the edge of the levee. My boots sank a half-inch into mud. The air carried that same metallic tang I'd noticed on the first night, wet iron and ozone. The grass barely moved even as I brushed against it. When I reached the waterline, the ripples ceased. Completely. The surface went mirror flat, reflecting the truck headlights in a perfect stripe. I turned slightly to adjust my footing, and in that movement, the reflection lagged, a half second behind me, like a video buffer. I blinked hard, thinking I'd imagined it. The next instant, the reflection matched perfectly again. I crouched, took a sample of the surface film into a sterile vial. The residue clung to the glass like oil. I could feel vibration through my gloves, faint but rhythmic. I stood, stepped back, and the water shuddered once more. An inward pull, like suction under the surface. My radio hissed alive. Same female voice. 4, stand by for temperature verification. I answered. Go ahead. She said, we're reading a thermal inversion on your feed. Please confirm ambient. I looked at the gauge. 83. Confirmed, I said. Camera shows drop to 0 in the frame. Her voice paused. Then, copy. Maintain position for 60 seconds. 60 seconds stretched longer than I liked. The fog rolled thicker, swallowing the truck lights. The only visible shape was the water line and the faint gleam of the vials in my hand. I counted in my head. At 55, the vibration stopped. At 56, every insect within earshot went silent. Then, just beyond the reflected headlights, something rose. Not suddenly, but as though the swamp exhaled it. Water pushed outward, a dome maybe 3 feet high, slick and opaque. It wasn't a figure, just displacement. The thermal feed stayed dead blue. The shape didn't give off heat, didn't take it either. The reflection in the water showed nothing, just empty light. I stepped backward once, careful not to trip on the uneven ground. The dome sank soundlessly, leaving only a widening ripple. that slid toward the levee and vanished against the mud. When I turned back toward the truck, my radio clicked again. This time it was the real operator. The temp. Unit 4, we've got your ping freezing at 021 scene. You still in motion? I looked at the clock. It read 02.7 scene exactly, the same minute it had frozen the previous night. I said, affirmative, in motion, and got into the truck. The hum from the engine felt too loud in the quiet. I drove north, slowly, keeping one eye on the rearview mirror. The fog swallowed everything within 30 feet. I remember thinking that the entire park felt like it was underwater. Pressure hanging around me. Sound dulled. Halfway to checkpoint 8, the headlights dimmed for 3 seconds, then brightened again. The electrical system flickered, same as the thermal feed. I checked the camera, still recording. The bodycam LED blinked irregularly, skipping every third pulse. When I finally reached the main service road at 0320, I parked and logged the time. My hands were trembling badly enough that I had to steady the pen against the steering wheel. I wrote a single line. Unidentified hydrodynamic event 21 Void 77, thermal void confirmed. No visual life form. I drove back toward the operations compound in silence. The sun began to rise somewhere behind the haze, but the light looked weak, colorless. At the main gate, Ranger Vega's truck was parked crooked across 2 spaces. She was sitting inside with the window down, notebook open. She looked up when I pulled beside her. "You got called too?" she asked. I said. "Called for what?" "They flagged your report from last night," she said. "Said there was a time sync issue with your footage. Wanted us to check the data." She hesitated. "Did your camera pick anything up again?" I told her I hadn't reviewed it yet. She nodded, not pressing further. We drove back to the archive building together, both silent. Inside, she logged into the console while I connected the bodycam dock. The file transfer started automatically, 2.4 gigabytes, timestamp ending 021743. As it played, the first few minutes showed normal patrol footage, headlights, dashboard lights, the line of sawgrass. Then the image began to flicker, vertical distortion lines forming every 30 seconds. At Jotolandry 17s in 12, the frame glitched hard, freezing mid-pixel. The last clear image showed the levee, waterline visible in the foreground. And in the distance, faintly illuminated by my truck beams, a shape standing in the sawgrass. Not a dome this time, upright. Broad-shouldered, featureless, like mist condensed into outline. It reflected no heat. It cast no shadow. It was simply there. Then the screen went white. The playback ended automatically. Vega leaned back, exhaling slow. "Could be compression artifact," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "You want me to forward this up the chain?" I told her no. Not until we confirm the time data. She nodded, saved the file locally, and logged the original as corrupted. That afternoon, I drove to the same levee one last time. Not as part of my route, not even on duty. I left my uniform shirt behind, wore plain clothes, unmarked vehicle. The swamp looked calm again. Birds, sunlight, dragonflies. I walked the gravel slowly, counting my steps to where the event had occurred. The water was still, the mud firm. Nothing out of place except one thing, a clean circle of dry ground, about 6 feet across, where the moisture had baked out completely. Perfectly round, dead center of the rippling area. I touched the soil. Warm. Warmer than it should have been. I took one more sample, sealed it in a vial, and brought it back to the lab. I didn't file it. Didn't log coordinates. I just labeled it 219B final and stored it in my desk drawer. This entry won't go into the main database. I'm writing it for the record that doesn't exist. The kind that rangers keep to themselves. You learn out here that not every pattern needs solving. Not every anomaly wants naming. The swamp carries its own logic, older than ours, indifferent to our instruments. Whatever rose out there left no signature, no trace, no narrative ending. Just the understanding that our measurements have blind spots, and sometimes those blind spots look right back. End of shift report 219B, final submission, filed and unsigned. My name is Ranger Daniel Holt, Wildlife Monitoring Division, Yellowstone National Park. I've worked in wolf observation and acoustic research for 15 years, most of them out of the Lamar Valley Station. My job, most days, is equal parts data logging, equipment maintenance, and long stretches of quiet. Recorders running, thermos cooling, waiting for a chorus that never quite repeats the same way twice. On the morning of June 12th, I started my shift at 0500 hours. The air was sharp, the kind that nips your nostrils open and leaves the taste of pine resin on the back of your throat. The previous night's temperature had dropped below freezing, which meant the valley was still steaming like a low, lying river of breath when I pulled up near Soda Butt Creek. I remember thinking how empty it felt. No distant elk boogles, no magpies. Even the creek sounded subdued. We were testing a new passive acoustic recorder, installed 3 days earlier, part of a pilot program to map pack territories using howls as audio markers. Each ranger on rotation was assigned a playback sample, a clean loop of pre-recorded howls used to prompt responses. Mine was simple. A 3-note territorial call taken from my own session last winter, filtered for clarity. The plan was routine. Play the sample 3 times at intervals, log any return calls, mark direction and estimated distance, and check the recorder for anomalies. By 0600, I'd parked the truck on a turnout off the service road, roughly 2 miles north of the Lamar Ranger Station. I logged the coordinates, clipped the handheld mic to my parka, and stepped out into that layered dawn sound. The distant hiss of thermal vents, the crackle of frozen sage under boots, the quiet weight of a place that feels aware of itself. Protocol says you announce yourself before playback. Not for the wolves, but for any unseen hikers who might think you're the ghost of some old trapper. Acoustic test, section B14, I said, loud enough for the field recorder. Playback 1 commencing at 0603 hours. I pressed play. My own voice, my own howl, rose from the small speaker. It was uncanny hearing it detached from breath, just sound projected through plastic and air. A clear, ascending note, drawn out, then 2 shorter responses. Even knowing it was mine, the sound reached into the gut. There's something about a wolf's call that makes the land feel ancient again. I waited, listened, logged wind direction, west by northwest, just above freezing. A full minute passed. Nothing. Second playback is 65 hours. The valley seemed to deepen with it, echoing off the slopes in long, fading layers. I caught the distant chatter of ravens, the faint metallic creak of the truck cooling behind me. Still no response. That wasn't unusual. Wolves don't always answer. Sometimes they're close and quiet. Sometimes they're just not there. Third playback, Yo 607. I hit the button. The sample rolled through its cycle. Halfway through the last note, something answered. At first I thought it was echo, reflected sound off the ridge. But echoes stretch, distort. This was immediate, perfect timing. almost synchronized. Two voices rising with mine, matching the pitch exactly. The sound came from my left flank, maybe 100 meters out, near a cluster of lodgepole pines. I froze, notebook half open. The rational part of my brain said playback interference, feedback loop, maybe the recorder picking up and rebroadcasting itself. But it was too clean, too alive. I let the silence hang. Then, slowly, a second pair of howls broke out. Same tone, same length, like a mirrored answer. Two distinct sources, close together, in perfect unison. I marked it down, response, dual source, idento-harmonic structure, est, 100-120 mem, W. I radioed it in. Lamar Station. This is Holt, Section B14, confirmed 2 responders. Timing identical to playback, recording active. Static. Then a reply from station. Copy that, Holt. Any visual? Negative. I'm moving to verify. They told me to proceed with caution. Standard line. But it carried weight when you're alone. I pulled out the binoculars, scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just a shimmer of frost on the pines and the long, cold breath of the valley. I adjusted the gain on my handheld recorder and took a few steps forward. When I replayed the sample on the spot, the response came again. 2 voices, aligned so perfectly with my own that the sound turned monophonic, like 3 notes pressed into one. Every time I stopped, silence. Every time I played it, they answered. I checked the speaker settings, swapped frequencies, switched to the backup file, a recording from another ranger, not mine. No response. Back to my file, instant call and answer. It wasn't wind resonance. It wasn't echo. It wasn't other rangers. No one else was scheduled in that sector until noon. By 06:15, I'd closed the distance to the tree line. The snow crust cracked underfoot, that high, brittle sound that carries farther than you want it to. I could see fresh tracks. Wolf, at least 1 pair, maybe more. I crouched beside them, took a photo, then frowned. The tracks overlapped so closely, they looked like double impressions, as if 2 animals had stepped into the same prints, one after the other. I don't scare easily out here. You can't. But there's a kind of stillness that creeps up when your mind's trying to catch up to what your ears already know. I raised the mic again. Playback 4, test. Hit play. My howl went up steady, sharp, familiar. The valley answered back with 2 perfect twins, rising in unison, cutting through the air like the echo of your own voice from inside your chest. Then silence. I scanned again, slow and steady, binoculars moving inch by inch. No movement, no shadow, nothing but frost vapor drifting through the pines. I felt my radio buzz. Holt. You copy? It was Avery, one of the biologists stationed at the observation deck near Specimen Ridge. Go ahead. You're still near B40. Affirmative. Just picked up your playback feed on the monitoring channel. Getting interesting overlap signatures. What kind of overlap? 3 sources. Yours and 2 distinct return calls. But here's the thing, spectral analysis puts all 3 as same origin profile. Like, not same species, same individual. Playback interference. Maybe. Or you're just serenading yourself, man. She joked, then paused. Still, keep the recorder rolling. We'll log it as anomaly. Anomaly. The word sat wrong. I shut off the speaker, stood there a while, letting the cold bite through the layers. Somewhere behind the pines, a magpie scolded, sharp and metallic. The spell of it broke, replaced by the mundane rhythm of fieldwork. I collected a snow sample near the tracks, tagged the area marker, and moved back toward the truck. When I reached the turnout, I checked the dashboard recorder, just to confirm it had captured the same sequence. It had. But on the visual overlay, the sound spikes weren't quite where they should be. Each return call started fractionally before my playback file, a tenth of a second early, meaning whatever made the sound wasn't echoing me. It was anticipating it. I wrote that observation down, crossed it out, wrote it again smaller. The rest of the morning passed quietly. I finished the acoustic sweeps for B15 and B16, both uneventful. The recorder from earlier kept running, time-stamped every 5 minutes. When I reviewed the spectrograms back at Lamar Station later that afternoon, Avery leaned over my shoulder. The twin howls were clean, identical frequency peaks, perfect harmonic resonance. If you didn't know better, you'd swear they were copy-pasted, but they weren't. There was wind noise, faint branch movement, ambient differences proving the calls were live. Avery squinted. That's freakishly precise. No wild pair syncs that tightly, not even mated alphas. Could have been playback loop from the receiver. She shook her head. We run those tests weekly. Range limits 40 meters. You were at 100 plus. We stared at the screen in silence. Then she smiled like someone trying to file weirdness into a drawer. You'll drive yourself nuts if you chase ghosts in the waveform. Holt. Call it coincidence. Wolves get curious. Sometimes they sing back the way they hear it. I nodded, half believing it. Logged the report, flagged the audio for analysis, and left the lab by 1600. Outside, the air had warmed just enough to melt the frost into mist that hugged the valley floor. The kind of fog that looks solid until you walk into it. Before heading home, I stopped at the same turnout. Habit. The truck ticked quietly as it cooled. I stepped out just to look, to prove to myself the world was still orderly. The snow had crusted over the prints. The trees were silent again. I ran the playback one last time, holding the speaker low like a whispered question. No answer this time. Just wind through the sage and the hum of the truck behind me. I told myself that was good. By the time I logged my final note, end of observation, 1642 hours, I'd already convinced myself the recording could be explained later. But that night, when the analysis team uploaded the file to server, the system flagged something. The return howls were slightly higher in amplitude than my playback, meaning they weren't just matching me. They were louder. And when the software cross checked the waveform, it found a near-perfect voice print match, not to an existing pack, but to me. The supplemental report wasn't due until the following morning, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled in as I drove home that evening. The kind that makes you keep checking the rearview, not for anything in particular, just to make sure the road behind you still ends where it should. I live just outside Gardiner, Montana, in one of the ranger cabins overlooking the Yellowstone River. Small place. 2 rooms, wood stove, view of the ridgeline that turns black at dusk. It's quiet there. Usually, that's a comfort that night, though silence felt heavier than usual. I poured coffee instead of dinner, set the field laptop on the table, and opened the audio file from section B14. The spectrogram spread across the screen like a topographic map of sound. Bright ridges for volume, dark valleys for absence. My playback sample was easy to spot 3 rising peaks, symmetrical. Then, 2 identical sets layered over it, their edges overlapping mine so precisely they looked printed from the same mold. No echo lag. No bleed from a nearby speaker. Just there. I ran the comparison again, this time against the database of known pack signatures. Nothing matched. The nearest pack, junction butt, showed harmonic divergence at nearly a full octave. The twins, as Avery called them, had perfect frequency pairing, down to the 10th of a hertz. I tried not to fixate on the voiceprint match to me. The analysis software wasn't built for human comparison anyway. It was coincidence. Something about timbre and tone. Maybe the mic picking up reflections from my own gear. Still, I couldn't ignore the timestamps. Each response started before my playback by 0.11 seconds. Every single one. I wrote a note to myself. Preemptive response. Possible device latency error. Recalibrate playback clock. I wanted that explanation to be true. By 2100, the coffee was cold and the screen had gone dim. Outside, the wind had picked up, running low through the cottonwoods along the riverbank. I'd left the window cracked. For a second, the sound of it almost formed a note. Long, drawn, wavering. It made me laugh under my breath. When you spend enough time studying howls, your brain starts finding them in every frequency the world throws at you. Still, habit won out. I turned the recorder back on and placed it near the sill. Just for a test. At 21:23 hours, I replayed the field audio through the cabin speakers. 3 loops, silence afterward. Then, faint, so faint I almost missed it. 2 thin return calls on the open mic. Not from outside the cabin. From within the recording itself. I paused, replayed that section at half speed. The return calls were there, buried in the low end of the spectrum, like ghosts of sound under the main line, each slightly stronger than before. My rational mind lined up the usual suspects: compression artifact, speaker feedback, echo bleed from the software. Nothing supernatural, just the chaos of signal processing. But it still felt wrong. By midnight, I drafted the supplemental report. Subject: acoustic anomaly, B14, date June 12, 2024. Author: Ranger Daniel Holt. Summary. Field playback test resulted in 2 synchronized WOF responses identical in pitch and amplitude to control sample. Spectrogram indicates preemptive response offset 0.11 sec. Preliminary hypothesis: equipment latency, gay environmental echo interference. Recommendation: RA, test at site with alternate playback sample and secondary observer. I hit save, shut the laptop, and tried to sleep. Didn't. The wind kept up most of the night. Around 2 a.m., I caught myself listening for that same cadence. 3 rising tones, waiting for a reply that wouldn't come. I must have drifted off sometime near dawn, because I woke to the smell of cold ash and the faint hum of my laptop still plugged in. At 06:30, I headed back to the station. Avery was already there, half a muffin in hand, eyes on her monitor. "You look like hell," she said. "Didn't sleep much. Still chasing your mystery choir. Just verifying equipment error." She grinned. "That's what all the haunted field techs say." We pulled up the file again, this time using her workstation's clean interface. She filtered out the primary playback and isolated the responses. When she boosted the gain, the difference was clearer. The 2 voices weren't quite identical anymore. One trailed by a fraction of a note, almost imperceptibly. "Could be a male-female pair," she said. "Close harmonics. Maybe," I said. "But there's no divergence over time. Even bonded pairs drift a little." We stared at the screen. 2 perfect lines parallel all the way through. Avery leaned back. "You sure you weren't running 2 playback units?" "1. Checked twice." She chewed her lip, thinking. "Then maybe you had reflection off the ice crust." temperature inversion can create acoustic mirroring. That explanation fit better. I clung to it. We decided to run another field test after lunch. Same coordinates, same gear, but with both of us present. By 1300 hours, clouds had rolled in from the west, flattening the light into a dull gray. The valley felt smaller, the air heavier. We parked in the same turnout, boots crunching on slush. "Let's start clean," Avery said. "Baseline recording first." I nodded and set the tripod mic while she calibrated the speaker. We recorded ambient noise, then ran her sample first, a howl from the Wapiti Lake Pack. Nothing answered. Then mine. I played it once, twice. Silence. On the third, something returned, faint like before, but audible. Two voices, distant this time, thinner. Avery turned, scanning the ridge with binoculars. Got movement at 11 o'clock. 2, maybe 3 shadows. I followed her gaze. A pair of shapes threaded between the pines. Too far to tell for certain, but large enough to be wolves. "They're watching?" she said quietly. The sound came again, softer, overlapping ours by half a breath. She adjusted her recorder. That's textbook mimic behavior. They're echoing the pattern. We kept at it another 10 minutes, running control tests, marking wind speed, temperature. By 1348, the shapes had moved on. The valley returned to stillness. When we reviewed the playback on site, the first 2 returns were normal. Slight delay. Natural variation. But the third was uncanny too, identical frequency bands again, synchronized perfectly, even though the wolves had already moved out of range. Avery frowned. Could be the wind carrying the signal sideways. Or, she didn't finish the thought. Or the recorder glitched, I said. "Yeah, probably that." We packed up and drove back in silence. Back at Lamar, she uploaded the data. I logged the readings, filed the report, and tried to ignore the tension sitting in my chest. At 1700, before heading out, Avery called after me. "Hey, Holt." "Yeah." She hesitated. "That spectrogram, when I isolated your control sample, it had a faint doubling, even before playback started. Like the echo was already in the file." I turned back. Pre-existing noise floor. Could be. Or maybe you recorded over an old take. "Just check it tonight." That was all she said. I spent the drive home replaying her words. Pre-existing echo. When I got back to the cabin, I opened the control file. The original howl sample I'd recorded last winter. Metadata showed one continuous track, unedited. But when I split the channels and amplified the lower frequencies, there it was, a second line, faint but identical, buried beneath the main call. Not audible under normal playback. But their timestamp placed it exactly 0.11 seconds before the main howl. The same delay we'd found in the field. I sat back, letting that sink in. The preemptive offset hadn't started yesterday. It was built into the original file. Which meant whatever we'd heard out there wasn't copying me. It was following a pattern already present in my own recording. I wrote it into the notebook, careful and methodical. Possible file contamination. Background noise captured during original session. Unknown source. Offset consistent across all recordings. The explanation fit, mostly. Sound can do strange things in open space. Ricochet between slopes. Bounce through thermal pockets, layer itself, like a ghost note. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about those overlapping prints in the snow. That night I didn't replay the file. Didn't test the mic. Just sat by the stove, listening to the river move beneath the ice. At 22:37, a lone howl echoed somewhere upriver, long, clear, unmistakably real. A single voice. Then, a heartbeat later, 2 more followed in perfect harmony. They weren't close, at least half a mile out, but the valley carried them like they were right outside. I noted the time in my log, told myself it was natural. Maybe a pair had bonded and mirrored each other's cadence. Maybe coincidence. But the first voice, that opening note, had matched mine exactly. I spent the next morning rewriting the incident summary for submission to headquarters in Mammoth. Avery had already sent her acoustic data to the bioacoustics team in Bozeman. They'd reply in a week, maybe 2, which meant I had plenty of time to fill with second guessing. The file sat open on my screen, cursor blinking beside the words. Potential latency anomaly subject to verification. I'd read that line a dozen times. It sounded clinical, responsible. It also didn't explain a damn thing. By noon I was back in the truck, steering along the service road toward section B14 again. Not officially scheduled. I just wanted to clear the instruments before the next ranger rotation. That was all I told myself. The weather had turned mild, pale sun filtering through thin clouds. The snow crust had melted, replaced by slush and scattered puddles that caught the sky like dull mirrors. When I reached the turnout, everything looked ordinary. The lodgepoles stood still, the ground bare of new prints. The only sound was the slow rush of the creek, somewhere beyond the rise. I unpacked the field recorder, checked the battery, ran a quick self-test. All green. No data corruption, no phantom files. I swapped in a clean SD card and attached the directional mic. Acoustic verification test, section B14. I said into the recorder. Holt. Solo. 12:04 hours. I didn't bring the playback speaker this time. I only wanted to capture ambient noise. To prove the valley would give me something normal if I stopped asking questions. For nearly half an hour, I let the recorder run. A gust now and then, a raven, the distant pop of thawing ice. Good, honest wilderness noise. Then, faint under the wind. A note, not loud, just enough to register pressure before it reached hearing. Long, rising, familiar. I kept my eyes on the pines. Nothing moved. Another tone followed, same pitch, a half second apart. Then a third deeper, harmonizing so cleanly the sound blurred into one. It could have been an echo from the canyon wall, though the timing didn't match the geography. I whispered without meaning to, "That's not possible." But it was only sound. The recorder blinked red, doing its job. The world carried on. When the noise faded, I walked down toward the creek. There, the air smelled of wet stone and sulfur. Steam from a nearby vent drifted in ribbons. I crouched by the bank and dipped a thermometer into the flow. Warm runoff from geothermal pockets. The noise could have carried through that vapor channel, amplified by temperature inversion. Perfectly plausible. I wrote it down. When I got back to the truck, I replayed the last 10 minutes of audio. The howl was clear, but on the waveform the amplitude looked uneven, like 2 overlapping signals chasing each other by a fraction of a beat. Wind pattern, I decided. Turbulence around the mic head. I labeled it environmental overlap and closed the file. By the time I returned to the station, Avery was hunched over her desk, hair tied up, chewing a pen cap. "Didn't expect you back out there," she said. "Routine check." She turned her monitor. Bozeman sent preliminary analysis. The report was short. Anomalous harmonic consistency suggests mechanical duplication or human playback interference. Recommend equipment audit. Translation, I asked. They think someone was out there replaying your sample. From where? There's no access road within 3 miles. Could have been another field team. Or just bad luck. Sound bounces weird in that valley. That made sense. It almost made sense enough. I signed the addendum, filed my notes, and closed the matter. Or tried to. 2 nights later, I was asleep when my phone buzzed on the nightstand. 01:47 a.m. Avery. Sorry to wake you, she said, voice low. You might want to check the monitoring server. What happened? Odo, flag at Lamar. The system registered playback from your HAL file again. Timestamp 01:22. Scheduled test. Nope. No personnel logged in the field. You sure it wasn't the system self-check? Already ruled out. The beacon pinged from the same coordinates as... Sat up. I sat up. That recorder's offline. I pulled the card myself. I know. She hesitated. Maybe someone booted an old backup unit. Or wildlife triggered a motion sensor. Sometimes it replays a file loop. We both knew the system didn't loop audio without a manual trigger. Anyway, she added, I locked the feed until morning. Just wanted you to know. After she hung up, I lay staring at the ceiling. Wind pressed against the cabin walls in slow, uneven breaths. Somewhere beyond the river, a coyote started up, a short, clipped bark. Then, further off, a wolf. One long call, another answering close behind, almost identical. The second voice seemed to shadow the first. Like a singer chasing her own echo, I told myself the valley was full of wolves. That was the point of the job. But even from bed, I knew the cadence by heart. The next day, I drove to the Central Operations Center in Mammoth. The data tech, a kid named Reese, met me at the console. You're the B-14 guy, he said. Weird one. You want to hear something? He played the flagged segment. My HAL played first. The same file I'd made last winter. Then 2 others followed, both slightly out of phase. Reese pointed at the screen. We're reading 3 concurrent sources. Primary matches your old control file. Second and third match the field responses from the 12th. So, playback interference. That's what I thought. Except these weren't captured on a local recorder. They originated from separate nodes, B14 and B16, about 2 miles apart. Same millisecond timestamp. 2 devices broadcasting simultaneously. He shook his head. Neither had power at the time. Glitch, maybe, or the system hiccuped and stamped the same file twice. Honestly, half this network's ancient. I nodded, grateful for any answer that involved faulty wiring. Reese leaned back. You know, people romanticize this stuff. Ghost calls phantom wolves. But it's just data lag. Computers aren't good with silence. That line stuck with me. Computers aren't good with silence. I drove back through the park under a gray sky. Snowmelt streamed down the slopes, carving silver veins through the meadow. Everything looked alive again. At a pullout overlooking the valley, I cut the engine and stepped out. The air smelled clean rinsed. No echoes. No tricks. Just open space. I stood there a long while, letting the quiet settle. And then, faintly, far off where the ridges met the horizon, a howl rose. Long, steady. Another joined it. 2 voices, climbing together until they became one note, strong and whole and completely. Terrifyingly normal. I smiled despite myself. Wolves being wolves. The world writing itself. When I got back in the truck, I hit record on the dash mic. Not for data, just habit. The tape caught 30 seconds of that twin call, then wind, then the creak of the seat as I turned the key. Back at the cabin that night, I replayed it once. Nothing unusual. No phantom frequency, no overlap. Just wild sound in a wild place. I label the file. Natural Duet 060 Whiteen observation. Sometimes things line up too neatly, and our minds reach for ghosts to explain the math. Maybe that's all it ever was. 3 weeks later, the Bozeman lab sent their final report. Environmental reflection and overlapping harmonics due to topographic acoustics. No evidence of duplication or interference. Case closed. Still, when I filed it into the archive, I left one note at the bottom of the page. Not for protocol, just for me. Two voices can match perfectly without mystery. But every match starts with one calling first. That line has stayed with me ever since. When the valley goes quiet now, I sometimes whistle 3 rising tones into the dusk, just to test the air. Most nights, nothing answers. But once in a while, from somewhere deep in the trees, 2 voices lift at once. Neither late, neither early. Both finding the same pitch like they've always known it. And I tell myself it's only wolves. Because if it isn't, then it's just me. My name is Samuel Riker. I've worked for the National Park Service for 26 years, most of them in the Great Smoky Mountains. These days I handle maintenance in backcountry, patrols out at the Sugarland Station. Nothing glamorous. Just the sort of work that keeps trails safe and paperwork dull. When you've been in this long enough, quiet days are a blessing. You start to believe you've seen everything the woods can throw at you. Rock slides, lost hikers, black bears too curious for their own good. But every few years the mountains remind you how quickly a routine shift can twist sideways. October 12, 2021, started clear and cold, the kind of morning that feels honest. I logged in at 0600, poured burnt coffee, and signed the day sheet. My assignment was straightforward. Verify new signage along sections of the Appalachian Trail that had been replaced after storm damage. Most of it was grunt work, checking bolts, noting coordinates, snapping photos for records. A seasonal tech named Holland would meet me later to run inventory near Klingman's Dome. I left the station at 0645 in the old green F-250, the one that still smells faintly of chain oil and wet canvas. Traffic was light heading up 441. Mist lifting off the valleys like steam from an open thermos. I radioed dispatch as I passed Chimney's picnic area. Riker 2, one en route to Section E9, signage check, I said. Dispatch confirmed and wished me luck keeping my boots dry. By 0800 I was on foot at the trailhead. The air sat heavy with that damp, leaf sweetness you only get in the Smokies. My first few checkpoints were textbook. Post-secure arrows pointing the right way. Fresh paint unmarred by souvenir, hungry hikers. Around mile 3, though, something caught my eyes, a signpost that wasn't on my map. It stood at a subtle fork where no official spur existed. Just a faint game path veering downslope toward the creek. The sign itself looked standard issue. Brown composite, white routed letters, but aged. It read, Little Sparrow Trail, go 0.8 mi. I frowned, no such trail existed in our system. We hadn't used bird-themed trail names in decades. And the coordinates didn't match anything in the digital inventory. I took a photo, jotted a note, and marked the GPS. Then I followed the false path for maybe 50 yards. It petered out into wet ferns and deadfall. Someone could have planted the sign as a prank, though it would have taken effort to haul the post up here and sink it straight. The bolts were professional grade, even sealed with epoxy. Whoever did it knew park specs. By 09:30 I'd logged it for removal and moved on. Routine resumed. 3 more signs checked, all proper. At noon I met Holland near the dome lot. She was younger, fresh out of college, still believing every footprint held a story. We ate lunch on the tailgate, traded gossip about hikers leaving cairns shaped like arrows, and went over my notes. When I mentioned the Little Sparrow sign, she laughed. Maybe someone's trying to start their own trail, she said. Like those YouTube guys who discover secret routes. Maybe, I said, though something about the craftsmanship bothered me. Too exact for a joke. We wrapped up inventory by 1400, loaded spare boards, and drove back down the ridge. Clouds were stacking from the west, promising rain by nightfall. I dropped Holland at the station, filed my interim report, and headed back out with the post pull kit, crowbar, mallet, plugs. I didn't like leaving unauthorized signage up overnight. One wrong arrow and a hiker could lose hours, or worse, light. By 1600 I was back at the fork. The forest had changed character. Quieter, that still, before storm hush. The sign looked just as I'd left it. I took another photo for before documentation, then went to work. The bolts came loose easier than expected, maybe from rust. When I yanked the post free, I noticed sole clinging to the bottom darker than surrounding dirt, almost clay black. I filled the hole, packed it tight, and strapped the post to my frame. On the hike out, I felt the wind shift, first drops spitting through the canopy. I made it to the truck just as rain thickened. Back at Sugarlands, I leaned the post against the maintenance shed, logged its confiscation, and left a note for Ranger Keene, who handled disposal. Then I clocked out. Simple day, strange footnote. But the next morning, the dispatcher called before sunrise. Riker, you logged an unauthorized sign yesterday. Right, Little Sparrow Trail? Yeah, I said, rubbing sleep from my eyes. Pulled it out myself. Well, she said slowly. A hiker turned up dead about a quarter-mile from that same junction. Body was found beside a sign with that name. You sure you removed it? I sat up, heart thudding harder than it should at my age. Positive. I've got the post in our shed. She paused. Then what's the other one? I dressed faster than I had in years, rain hammering the roof as I drove back. The shed door was padlocked. My key working as usual. Inside, the confiscated post leaned exactly where I'd left it, mud still damp on its end. I snapped a picture with timestamp and drove to the scene. Rescue crews were already there when I arrived. 2 deputies, an EMS unit, and Ranger Keene standing near the tree line under ponchos. The trail was cordoned with bright tape. The body lay maybe 10 feet from the false signpost, which, sure enough, was planted upright in fresh soil. The lettering matched down to the font kerning, Little Sparrow Trail, day 0.8 mi. Could be a copy, Keene said quietly as I approached. But who'd copy it overnight? The victim was male, mid-30s, dressed in standard hiking gear. His pack was still zipped. No sign of struggle, just collapsed as if from exhaustion. ID tagged him as Aaron Keller, out of Nashville. The deputy said he'd gone missing late yesterday, last seen heading up from Alum Cave Trail. I told them about removing the sign, showed photos and coordinates. The sheriff's office took statements, and Keene ordered the area closed pending investigation. I rode back with him in silence. At the station, we compared the confiscated post to photos from the scene. Identical. Height, grain pattern, even the chipped corner of the L. Keene ran a gloved hand along it, muttering, "There's no way. Someone could have duplicated it," I said. "Took the original design before I pulled it." He looked at me, tired. "Overnight, in a storm." I didn't answer. There were always explanations, even if they required bending time a little. By late afternoon, word came from the coroner: cardiac arrest, possibly exposure. The man had apparently wandered off trail, gotten turned around, and succumbed. Routine tragedy. The Smokies eat people every year. I finished paperwork near dusk, the storm still washing the windows. As I prepared to leave, Holland stopped by my desk. "I saw the report," she said. "That's the same area as your weird sign, right?" "Yeah." She hesitated. "They said he had a photo on his phone of the sign." I nodded, not sure what to make of that. When I finally stepped outside, the rain had eased to mist. I paused by the maintenance shed out of habit. The padlock hung open. Inside, the space smelled faintly of wet earth. The post was gone. I stood there longer than reason allowed, listening to water drip from the eaves. Eventually, I locked up again and wrote a note for Keen. Tomorrow, I told myself, we'd trace every trail junction, check for vandalism, account for every post in inventory. There would be a reason. A thief, a prank, some twisted coincidence. There always is. Still. Driving home through the fog, swallowed curves, I caught myself glancing at every brown shape by the roadside, half expecting to see that arrow rising from the ditch, pointing nowhere. I didn't sleep much that night. The kind of not sleep where you lie perfectly still, counting the seconds between clock ticks, convinced you might drift off any minute, though you never do. My mind kept circling the same impossible equation. One confiscated signpost in the shed, another identical one planted on site. I told myself it was just a mix-up. Maybe a duplicate had existed all along, and I'd logged the wrong coordinates. Paperwork errors happen more than anyone admits in the Park Service. By 0500 I gave up pretending. I brewed stale coffee, dressed, and headed out before dawn, tires whispering through fog. Dispatch hadn't called yet, but I knew they would. Keen had promised to send a forensics team at first light. I wanted to get there before the crowd, to make sense of what I'd done, or failed to do, before every deputy and photographer trampled it to pieces. The rain had thinned overnight, leaving that raw, washed out silence the Smokies wear after storms. I parked at the same turnout and shouldered my gear. The forest dripped in slow rhythm, every drop echoing down the hollows. My boots sank slightly, where runoff had carved rivulets across the trail. Half a mile in, the light began to rise. That ghost gray glow before sunrise when color hasn't fully returned yet. The fork looked smaller than I remembered. No signpost stood there. For a moment, I felt actual relief. Maybe the deputies had already pulled it. Maybe someone finally followed protocol faster than me. I crouched, scanned for the hole I'd filled yesterday afternoon. It was open again. Clean edges, soil disturbed, no post, no debris. I took out my phone and snapped a series of photos, marking the GPS point once more. The coordinates matched yesterday's down to a decimal. Whatever had happened, it wasn't in my head. By the time the others arrived, I'd already paced the perimeter twice. Keen showed up with 2 investigators from the sheriff's office and a man from Knoxville who handled evidence cataloging for the park's law enforcement division. He had the professional calm of someone who's seen every variety of backcountry tragedy. They spread bright tape and markers, photographing footprints, depressions, disturbed soil. I stood back, answering questions. You're certain this is where the unauthorized sign was first found? The evidence tech asked. Certain, I said. Pulled it myself yesterday at 1600. And it was in the maintenance shed when you checked later that night? Yes, around 1830. Then gone this morning. He nodded, jotting notes on a damp clipboard. You have anyone else with keys to that shed? Keene, the maintenance lead, and dispatch in emergencies. The sheriff's investigator joined us, hands tucked in his rain jacket. You mentioned earlier the soil looked darker around the post. Yeah, almost clay. Different from the loam here? He crouched, scraping a small sample into a vial. We'll test composition. Could tell us if it came from elsewhere. It was methodical, professional, uneventful. Exactly what real investigations look like when you strip away the TV drama. But beneath that steady rhythm, something about the scene kept bothering me. There were faint drag marks leading off the spur, maybe 10 feet long, ending at a patch of flattened brush. Human or animal, hard to tell. The coroner's truck arrived around 0900 to retrieve the body. Keller's remains were already bagged, waiting at a secondary point uphill to avoid contamination. His phone, recovered nearby, had been sent to digital forensics. Rumor was it contained a picture of the signpost, with a timestamp around 1600. Nearly the same time I'd been pulling what I thought was the only one. Keene noticed me staring at the drag marks. Probably from when they moved him yesterday, he said. Rain smudged everything after. Probably, I echoed. By 1000, the site had been logged and released back to park jurisdiction. Once law enforcement packed up, I stayed behind to secure the area, resetting boundary ropes and posting temporary closure signs. Routine, simple work. The kind that keeps hands busy while thoughts circle in place. As I hammered the final stake, I heard footsteps behind me. Holland emerged from the mist, jacket hood up, holding a data tablet. Keene said, "You might need an extra set of eyes," she said. I nodded toward the cleared patch. Nothing to see now. Just mud and mystery. She crouched, scanning the ground. You think someone's planting these deliberately? I think someone's bored or cruel enough to fake a park sign. I said. Beyond that, I don't know. She looked up, said the lettering matched exactly. How? Same roading depth, same paint code, even the same knot pattern in the board grain. That's not a copy then, she murmured. That's the same post. I didn't answer. The simplest explanation, that I was mistaken, still seemed least painful, even if it didn't fit. We hiked back to the trailhead in near silence. The fog was thick enough to dull sound. Even our radios hissed without static. When we reached the truck, Holland paused. Look, she said, pointing through the trees. Far downslope, through veils of gray. Something brown and vertical leaned at an angle among the ferns. We both froze. I grabbed binoculars from the dash and focused. The shape resolved into wood, rectangular, capped at the top like a signpost. The letters were too far to read, but the dimensions matched exactly. I'll check it, I said. She offered to come, but I waved her off. The ground was slick and uneven, and protocol required only one person disturb a potential evidence zone. The slope dropped sharply. Knee-high ferns, slick roots, runoff channels. I descended slowly, every step squelching. The closer I got, the clearer the letters became. Little Sparrow trailed 0.8 mi. But this post wasn't planted. It was lying half buried, tilted over a tangle of roots. Mud caked its base, and a single bolt clung to one side. The arrow pointed downhill into a thicket where the forest turned almost black. I crouched, brushing soil off the faceplate. Beneath the main text, scratched faintly into the surface, were additional marks. Not carved, but gouged hastily. Kel. I took photos, measuring scale with my boot beside it. The lettering looked newer than the routed paint, done with a knife or screwdriver. The metal tag at the bottom corner, standard NPS serial plate, had been torn off. Behind me, the slope fell toward a narrow gully choked with brush. I followed 10 yards, enough to see fresh slides where mud had given way recently. If Keller had come this way in the storm, it would have been easy to slip, panic, and go down hard. The coroner's accident theory suddenly made sense. When I climbed back to Holland, I showed her the photos. He probably carved his own name, I said. So if he got lost, someone would find him. She stared at the screen, pale. But why there? And how did the post move from the fork to that slope overnight? Maybe runoff carried it. Ground's soft as butter right now. She didn't argue, though her expression said she wasn't convinced. We radioed Keene, who told us to flag the location and secure the post until he arrived. I rigged caution tape between 2 saplings and recorded coordinates. Then we waited. Wind moved through the trees with that low hiss that sounds almost like whispering when you're tired enough. I caught myself scanning the undergrowth for more wood shapes, half expecting another arrow to peek through the ferns. Nothing. Keene arrived around 11:30, muddy and irritable. We walked him down to the spot. He examined the carving, took his own photos, and exhaled through his teeth. "All right," he said finally. "We'll call this movement due to erosion. Same soil, same slope. Makes sense." He sounded like a man convincing himself. We hauled the post out together, strapped it across the truck bed, and drove it back to Sugarlands. Holland followed in her vehicle. The rain started again halfway down the ridge, hard enough to drum through the cab. By the time we backed into the maintenance lot, the wood was streaked black. Inside the shed, I leaned the recovered post beside the first one. Yes, the original had turned up again that morning, leaning neatly where it belonged, as if it had never vanished. 2 identical sides now stood side by side, indistinguishable except for the faint KLR, carved into one. Keene stared at them both. "Well-run serial numbers," he said. "Probably duplicates from an old order that never got logged out. Simple paperwork oversight." "Sir," I said. He left soon after, muttering about inventory backlogs. Holland lingered by the doorway, arms crossed. "You don't believe that," she said. I didn't answer. Belief wasn't the job. Documentation was. By 1500, both signs were tagged, logged, and locked in the shed. I sent photos to HQ for record comparison. The rest of the afternoon blurred into maintenance tasks. Drainage checks, bridge inspections radio, chatter about a bear sighting near Elkmont. Ordinary work. At 1700, just as I was closing out the incident report, dispatch called again. "Riker, this is Turner. We've got a visitor at the gate asking for you specifically." Name. "He says he's Aaron Keller's brother." I felt my shoulders tighten. "I'll meet him out front." The man waiting by the visitor's center looked like he'd barely slept. Same jawline as the deceased. Same haunted eyes. He introduced himself as Mark Keller. Said he'd come to collect his brother's personal effects. I guided him inside. gave him the standard condolences, and handed over the inventory bag, wallet, phone, folding knife, GPS tracker. He hesitated, then pulled a folded printout from his pocket. "You were the ranger who found the sign, right?" "Yes." He handed me the photo. It showed his brother smiling beside the fatal Sparrow Trail sign, the one at the fork. Sunlight bright on his face. The timestamp read October 12, 1557. "I just don't understand," Mark said quietly. "This trail, it isn't on any map." He texted me that he'd found a shortcut marker and would be back before dark. I looked closer at the background of the photo. Behind the sign, a shadowed slope rolled away, the exact one where we'd found the second post. When he left, I sat alone in the office until the lights flickered on from their evening timer. The rain had stopped again, leaving the world outside gleaming and still. Before heading home, I checked the shed one last time. Both signs were gone. Only 2 dark rectangles of damp floor remained, and a faint smell of clay. I stayed longer than I should have after closing. The parking lot emptied until only the low hum of the vending machine filled the air. Rainwater hissed through the gutters, that restless sound the Smokies make when they've had enough of the day. I should have gone home. Instead, I pulled a flashlight from the wall rack and walked back toward the maintenance shed. The gravel crunched under my boots. My beam caught mist swirling in low bands across the lot. The shed sat dark at the edge of the trees, its metal siding slick with condensation. The padlock hung open again. I didn't have any illusions this time. Things vanish around here. Equipment, signage, whole pallets of trail markers, when contractors forget to log their returns. But there was something surgical about this. 2 posts gone from a locked building within an hour of inspection. No tire marks, no footprints on wet gravel. Whoever did it knew our rhythms, knew when we'd be distracted. Inside, the air smelled damp, thick with the mineral bite of fresh earth. I ran the flashlight over the walls. Tools hung neat. The concrete floor showed 2 clean outlines where the signposts had stood, darker from moisture. No debris, no splinters. I crouched to inspect the floor seams. A thin trail of mud led toward the back wall, then stopped abruptly at the drain. It wasn't much, but it was something. I followed it outside, sweeping the light along the foundation. The mud ribbon continued 10 feet before dissolving into gravel. It pointed east, toward the service road that leads back to the trailhead. That was enough reason to get in the truck again. The road was half fog, half shadow. Every few hundred yards I'd stop, step out, and listen. The night had gone still, no wind through the leaves, no crickets yet. The sort of silence that presses in around you, until you start hearing your own pulse. At the pull-off where I'd parked that morning, I cut the engine and sat for a minute. The forest ahead was nothing but black layers stacked on blacker ones. My instincts said to wait for morning. My curiosity said otherwise. I took the flashlight and stepped onto the trail. Mud sucked at my boots, the beam cutting a narrow tunnel through mist. I moved slow, counting markers, each familiar turn like a small anchor of sanity. When I reached the fork, I stopped. My light skimmed across the ground. The hole I'd filled yesterday, open again. Damp soil, same depth. But this time, the signpost wasn't there. Instead, lying face up in the mud beside the hole, was one of the metal serial tags that had been missing from the posts. NPS inventory code, GSN 87142. The same number logged under my confiscation form. I picked it up, wiped it with my glove. The tag was bent in the middle, as if pried off with a screwdriver. Around it, faint footprints marked the mud. Human booted, maybe size 10 or 11. The edges were sharp enough to be recent. Somebody had been here after the rain stopped, less than an hour ago. I followed the prints down the false path, where ferns glistened silver under my light. The trail curved toward the same gully where we'd found Keller. The ground sloped steeply, and halfway down I noticed fresh strefs on exposed roots. Same boot tread pattern, leading deeper. I radioed dispatch. Riker 2-1 at section E9. Checking possible vandalism activity near restricted site. Static answered. Then Turner's voice crackled faintly. Copy that, Riker. Need backup? Not yet. Probably just poachers or kids messing around. If you lose contact, check in every 10 minutes. Will do. I slipped the radio back on my belt. The air had cooled enough that my breath fogged. The smell changed too. Wet iron and clay, sharp like disturbed soil. I swept the light ahead and saw it. A wooden edge catching reflection about 30 yards downslope. It was a signpost again. Only this one wasn't standing upright. It was wedged against a tree half, buried in leaves, arrow pointing sideways into the dark. The lettering was the same. Little Sparrow trailed 0.8 mi. The carved, still visible beneath, edges filled with new mud. It didn't make sense. Keene had logged both into secured storage less than 6 hours ago. Either our system was leaking equipment like a sieve, or someone had replicated the signs using official blanks. Something only park, maintenance, or contractors could access. I took photos from every angle, time-stamped, then crouched to inspect the base. The post's lower end was wrapped in a thin layer of fresh burlap, tied off with twine. I peeled a corner back and found a piece of paper taped underneath. Water damage had blurred most of it, but the printed header remained legible. NPS Inventory Reassignment Form, GSNP Trail Sign Division. Except the date printed at the top read October 13, which was today's date, timestamp 2011. An hour ago, someone had printed an official work order tonight, assigned to my ID number. I stood there in the dark, holding that form, feeling something cold slide through my chest. I hadn't filed any orders. I hadn't even logged onto the system since noon. Behind me, the forest shifted. Just branches settling, probably. Still, I turned, scanning the slope with the beam. Nothing moved. I took the signpost by its center and dragged it upright. The wood was slick but lighter than expected, maybe because the lower half was hollow. I noticed the screws at its base, 2 new stainless ones gleaming under the light. Someone had modified it. I didn't open it right then. Habit, I guess. When you're deep in the woods alone, discipline matters more than curiosity. I strapped the post to my pack and started climbing back toward the trail. My knees protested the weight. Halfway up, my radio hissed. Riker, this is Turner. You still good on E9? Copy, just retrieving evidence. Be advised, she said, voice tightening. Security feed from the maintenance lot showed someone entering about an hour ago. No vehicle ID, just a figure on foot. Could be connected. Did they get inside? Can't tell. Camera blinked out for 12 minutes. Understood. I picked up pace, moving as fast as mud would allow. By the time I reached the main trail, my shirt was soaked through, my breath visible in the light. I kept the radio open, more for the company than necessity. At the truck, I strapped the recovered post across the tailgate and covered it with a tarp. The whole thing felt heavier than it should have. Not physically, but in that quiet dread of knowing someone had used my credentials to stage something I couldn't explain. Back at the station, Turner met me at the gate. She looked half relieved, half annoyed. "We already notified Keene," she said. "He's calling regional HQ. They'll want an internal check of your access logs." "I figured," I said. "Where's the footage?" "Offline. Power spike cut the feed." "Convenient," I muttered. She gave me a look that wasn't unkind, just tired. "Sam, I know you didn't do this, but right now it looks like you checked out that sign at 20:07:11. Same as the timestamp on the form. I was on the trail at that time. Then someone's spoofing your ID, maybe using an old badge. That was possible. We'd had credential issues before. Contractors keeping duplicates of temporary tags, some still valid years later. But no one had gone this far to plant false evidence. We wheeled the post into the garage for evidence tagging. Under the brighter light, I finally unscrewed the bottom plate. Inside the hollow section, packed tight in burlap, was a small laminated map. I unfolded it on the workbench. It showed the standard topographic grid of our area, but with an additional line drawn in red marker, winding from the junction where I'd found the first sign, down past the gully, ending at a dot labeled LS. Camp. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. I traced the line with my finger. It cut across sections of terrain not on any maintained path. Whoever drew it knew the geography intimately. At the bottom corner of the map, printed faintly, was a timestamp, 2018. That was 3 years ago. Keene arrived 20 minutes later, still in uniform, eyes red from lack of sleep. I handed him the map and the form. He studied both without comment. "Whoever's doing this," he said finally, "access to our internal print servers and trail archives. That narrows it down to about 8 people. Or 1 with old credentials," I said. He nodded slowly. "And one of them's dead now." He didn't have to say Keller's name. I'd already recognized the handwriting from the photo mark, had shown me. The red marker label under the sign in that image had the same blocky "IS." We worked until nearly 2 a.m., cataloging everything. By the time I drove home, the fog had thickened again. My headlights barely pierced 20 feet ahead. Every roadside post looked brown and narrow in the beam. Each one another possibility. At a pull off near the park boundary, I stopped without knowing why. Something in the distance reflected light, small and rectangular, off to the right shoulder. I stepped out, flashlight in hand. The air was cold enough to bite my throat. 20 feet off the road, half hidden by brush, a signpost stood upright. No lettering this time, just blank wood, freshly cut. At its base, nailed into the soil, was a small metal tag, GSN 87143. The next number in sequence. I didn't touch it. I took a photo, marked the coordinates, and got back in the truck. When I reported it the next morning, Keene didn't say much. The tag was pulled, cataloged, and shipped to regional for analysis. The working theory became the simplest one: an ex-contractor faking installations, using leftover materials, maybe tied to illegal guiding operations. The Keller case was officially closed as accidental death. That's where the file ends. But every month since, someone in the maintenance division finds a new tag. Sequential numbers, one apart from the last, embedded in soil near different trails, never more than one at a time. Always clean, fresh metal, and always pointing downhill. I've stopped asking where the posts go when we confiscate them. I just log, tag, and move on. Some things in these mountains aren't mysteries. They're loops, errors that keep rewriting themselves until nobody remembers where the first one started. My name is Ranger Daniel Keene, and I've worked at Carlsbad Caverns National Park for almost 12 years. Most of that time, I've been assigned to the Maintenance and Safety Division, inspecting access routes, updating visitor paths, and coordinating with the cave survey team when new cracks or chambers show up after minor collapses. I'm not the type who gets spooked underground. I know the air currents, the sound of dripping water, and how far your light really reaches before the dark takes it back. But the notebook I found last week has been hard to shake. It started as a routine inspection shift, an internal audit the Park Service schedules every few months. I was paired with a younger ranger, Leah Alvarez, fresh from training. She was sharp, attentive, a little too eager to ask questions. We entered through the natural entrance trail around 0700 before any tourists were allowed in. Our task was to check the steel barriers near the King's Palace Road and verify that the humidity monitors were still accurate. The path was familiar, slick limestone underfoot, air cool and still enough that our breaths looked like smoke. We moved by headlamp, switching off the handheld flashlights to preserve night vision. I was jotting readings into the field log when Lee asked, "Has anyone ever gone deeper than what's on the official map?" It wasn't the first time a rookie had asked that. "There are side chambers," I told her. "Old crawl spaces that go nowhere. A lot of them were sealed after the 1960s. You get lost down there. Rescue becomes recovery." She nodded, but her light lingered on a narrow crack near the bottom of a slope. It was only about 2 feet high and 3 feet wide, big enough for a person determined to squeeze through. The stone around it was marked with old red survey paint, faded to the color of dried rust. "What's this one?" she asked. "Disused," I said. "Lids to the lower gallery. It's not on the tour routes anymore." Leah crouched closer, squinting. "Looks like someone's been in there recently." I leaned in. She wasn't wrong. The dust was disturbed. Footprints faint but visible. Boot tree patterns not from our gear. And there was something else, a strip of torn duct tape stuck to the rock, curling from moisture. Written in permanent marker on the tape was a date 90/14/2026. I frowned. "That's next year." Leah laughed nervously, assuming I was joking. But I wasn't. The ink looked fresh. We finished the assigned inspection and logged the anomaly as possible unauthorized entry. I should have left it there, but curiosity has a way of corroding rules. After Leah clocked out that evening, I signed back in under a maintenance check extension, something I could justify later if needed, and went back into the caverns alone. There's a quiet that settles in Carlsbad after the last visitors leave. It's not silence exactly, but something denser. The hum of air conditioning dies, and all that remains is the faint echo of water falling from centuries of patience. My headlamp beam slid across the same crack Lee had noticed. The red paint marks glowed faintly in the LED light, like old blood under forensic lamp. I dropped to my knees, shoulders brushing limestone, and started to crawl. The space beyond tightened quickly, forcing me to drag the gear bag behind. After 10 feet, it widened into a small hollow. I shone my light around. Stalactites like fangs, damp floor glistening. In the corner lay a spiral-bound notebook, half soaked through but still intact. A standard field log type, the kind our cave survey teams use. I picked it up. The cover was smeared with clay, but a name was faintly visible: Dr. Owen Lathrop. The name clicked. Lathrop had been a volunteer geologist, part of a mapping project from 5 years back. He'd gone missing during a private expedition into an unapproved section of the caverns. The search had lasted a week before they found his helmet and packed near a collapsed corridor. His body was never recovered. The official report listed him as presumed dead. I opened the notebook carefully. The first pages matched his known handwriting. Measured, neat, scientific. Survey data, air density readings, sketches of mineral formations. But as I flipped deeper, the entries shifted. The tone changed. Sentences became fragmented. Dates jumped to have 5/2026, 2027. Each page was marked with coordinates I didn't recognize and passages describing chambers far below anything charted. March 9, 2026, reached the third. Descent, the walls hum at intervals. Battery drained faster than expected. April 12, 2027, heard voices behind me. They sound like radio static forming words. Not yet, they said. The pages that followed were smeared, as if water had run across them. But the ink had only blurred slightly. I counted at least 40 entries, written after the year of his disappearance. I should have reported it immediately. Instead, I kept reading. The entries described a shaft beneath, a collapsed formation called the Pit of Echoes, which doesn't appear on any official maps. He claimed to have discovered a descent leading to a vertical tunnel lined with flowstone ridges, like vertebrae. At one point, he mentioned marking his route with small strips of reflective tape, the same kind Leah and I had seen with the future date. The last legible entry read September 14, 2026. The passage opens again. I hear them moving above me. We'll surface soon. Leave the notebook here for retrieval. Someone will find it. I stared at the date again. September 14th, 2026. That was almost 11 months from now. I don't scare easily, but that line felt cold. The ink didn't look aged. It wasn't cracked or faded. It looked written that morning. I bagged the notebook in a waterproof pouch and began backing out of the crack, careful not to disturb the surrounding rock. The air seemed thicker now, damp but warmer. My light flickered once, just enough to make me pause. I turned it off and waited in the dark, listening. Deep inside the limestone, I thought I heard a faint tapping sound, irregular, like someone adjusting a pick against stone. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps, then silence. I switched the light back on and crawled faster than before. When I emerged into the main chamber, I could hear the more familiar echo of the surface generators humming. Still, the hair on my neck stayed up. Back in the ranger station, I dried the notebook and logged in an unidentified object recovered during inspection. I wrote the report neutrally, omitting the impossible dates. That night, though I couldn't sleep, I kept replaying the tapping sound. The next morning, Leah came into the office with a printed topo map. "Hey," she said. "I looked up Dr. Lathrop's survey from 2019. You should see this." She spread the map on the table. A section of the lower caverns had been crossed out with red pencil, labeled Onyxia Sibiles Tructurel Resc. But faintly, beneath the cross marks, you could make out a hand, drawn arrow pointing down, labeled Third Descent, Pit of Echoes. I didn't tell her about the notebook. Instead, I asked, "Where'd you find this?" "In the archives," she said. "It wasn't supposed to be public. Someone misfiled it under maintenance records." She hesitated. "There's something else," The timestamp on the scanned copy says last modified 2 weeks from now. She laughed it off as a glitch. I didn't. That afternoon, I went down again, against policy, but with justification scribbled as confirming structural stability. I told Lee to stay topside. When you've worked underground long enough, you start feeling when the space doesn't want you there. The air moves differently. The sound of your own breath echoes too close. As I passed the point where I'd found the notebook, I noticed something new. A second strip of tape on the rock wall, same handwriting, same black marker. This one read Phone DIT, $9 2026. My chest tightened. That's one day after the last entry in Lathrop's notebook. I knelt to take a picture for documentation. When my camera flash went off, something shimmered faintly in the stone ahead, like moisture, but with the wrong color. A gray sheen that rippled for a split second, then vanished. I reached out and felt only cold rock. By the time I returned to the surface, my report felt hollow. I filed it anyway, sticking to the fact's location, coordinates, evidence of human activity, item recovered. No mention of dates. That night, I stayed in the staff dormitory, notebook on the desk beside me. I kept rereading the last line. Leave the notebook here for retrieval. Retrieval by who? Before turning in, I placed the notebook inside my locker, combination 274312. I heard something faint from the ventilation duct, another set of taps. 3, pause 2. I told myself it was coincidence. The next morning, when I unlocked the locker, the notebook wasn't there. In its place was a single torn page with fresh ink, still damp to the touch. The handwriting matched Lathrop's. It said, "You read too far, Ranger Keene. September comes sooner underground." I was called into the superintendent's office the next morning, before I'd even had coffee. Ranger Lee sat across from me, looking uneasy, and a security officer stood near the wall with his arms crossed. The superintendent, a sharp woman named Wallace, shut the door behind me and said, "Daniel, we need to talk about the incident report you filed yesterday." Her tone had that clipped authority that made me straighten unconsciously. "Yes, ma'am," I said. Wallace tapped her screen. "The recovered item, the notebook. Where is it?" I hesitated. "In evidence storage," I assumed. She looked at me for a long second, then slid a printed report across the desk. "That locker you used for storage. It was empty this morning." Leah's eyes flicked toward me, wide but uncertain. I exhaled slowly. "I didn't remove it." "I'm sure you didn't," Wallace said. "The problem is, the security footage shows no one else entering the Ranger dormitory after you. Not last night, not this morning. The logbook just disappeared." She leaned forward. "Now, this would normally be a minor loss, but IT flagged something in our data systems last night. A new upload appeared in the digital survey archives. Coordinates, imagery data, oxygen readings, all under your login. Timestamp 2:14 a.m. That's impossible," I said. I was asleep. She turned the screen toward me. The map was unmistakable. Carlsbad Caverns, but not the version I knew. It extended downward. New shafts plotted in fine gray lines. Each was labeled in proper survey notation, and at the bottom of the diagram, a narrow void was marked in red ink. "Third Descent Pit of Echoes." The file's author tag read Keene. D. Wallace asked, "Did you authorize or perform this upload?" "No," I said. "That's not my work." Leah spoke up carefully. "Mom, yesterday we found a survey tape marked with a future date. Could that—" Wallace cut her off. I don't want conjecture. The system logs show the data came from a local device, a Ranger-issued tablet. Daniel, your assigned one was connected to the server overnight. I frowned. My tablet was in my locker. Not according to the access log. For a moment, the room felt smaller. The air conditioning hummed quietly overhead. Wallace sighed, rubbing her forehead. I'm pulling both of you off underground duty until we sort this out. There's too much overlap between this and the Lathrop case. The last thing we need is another conspiracy theory making its way online. Understood. I nodded. Leah did too. When the meeting ended, I caught her in the hallway. You didn't mention the notebook to her. You didn't either, she said. It sounded crazy. We both knew she was right. That afternoon, I drove to the southern overlook, an old maintenance entrance now sealed by a steel gate. I needed space to think. The desert sun above the caverns was blinding. The ground cracked and bright. I sat on the hood of the truck, staring toward the Guadalupe Mountains. The silence above ground always felt wrong after a day underground. Too open, too exposed. Around 3, my radio crackled with static. A faint voice came through, fragmented, distant. Keen, verify, coordinate 2. 2, 1 descending. The call sign was official format, but the voice wasn't one I recognized. I tried responding. This is Ranger Keen. Repeat your message. Static again. Then a sound that might have been breathing, or wind moving through a tunnel. Then, retrieval completely, leaving notebook. The radio went dead. I replayed the call log twice. No ID registered. Just an open channel echo. Timestamped exactly September 14, 2026, 02 MN. The same time as the false upload. I didn't tell dispatch. Instead, I drove back to headquarters and opened my tablet. The unauthorized file was still there. I tried deleting it, but the system flagged it as archival, locked. At the bottom of the metadata, a final line blinked faintly. Field notes by O. Lathrop, assisted by D. Keen. Assisted by. I left the tablet charging in the office and went to find Leah. She was in the lab annex, checking humidity readings. When I told her about the radio transmission, she paled. You think someone's underground now? Maybe, I said. But no one's cleared access. All entries are sealed until Friday's inspection. She swallowed hard. Then who used your login? We both stared at the map file again. There was a red pin near the lowest section, coordinates ending in 721. I pulled out the physical topo, chart we'd looked at the day before. The same spot didn't exist. It was blank limestone. Lee hesitated. If we go down through the main route, we could reach the lower chamber in maybe 30 minutes. Just to confirm it's sealed. It was reckless, but logic bent easily under the weight of curiosity. Bring minimal gear, I said. We're just verifying. We descended through the natural entrance at dusk, headlamps cutting through the vastness of the cavern. The tourists were long gone, and the echo of our steps felt intrusive. When we reached the base of the big room trail, Lee paused. You feel that? The air pressure had changed, thicker as if the cave were holding its breath. We turned down a side maintenance corridor, leading to the old service elevator shaft. The entrance gate was locked with a padlock, but the latch looked newer than the surrounding steel. Someone had replaced it recently. I checked the serial number. The tag showed it had been signed out to Ranger Daniel Keen, dated next year. Leah whispered, "Tell me that's a mistake." I couldn't. I forced the latch open with a key still assigned to me. Standard override access. The gate groaned, and the smell that rolled out was metallic, like wet iron. We stepped through, our lights catching the old cables and rusted machinery. The shaft extended downward into total dark. Halfway down the ladder, my radio buzzed again. Retrieval complete. The voice was clearer this time, and it sounded like mine. Leah froze. "Daniel, what the hell? Keep moving," I said, though my throat was dry. At the bottom of the shaft, a horizontal tunnel branched off to the east. The floor was scored with old boot marks and streaks of mud. A few meters in, Leah crouched and picked something up. A strip of duct tape, edges curling. Written in marker, "You're late. 9th of 15th interest 2026. Her hands trembled slightly as she handed it to me. "We're leaving," she whispered. "Not yet." Further ahead, the tunnel opened into a chamber I didn't recognize. Flowstone columns leaned like frozen curtains, and the walls pulsed faintly with condensation. At the center lay a small pile of gear: caving pack, helmet, lamp, and a waterproof case identical to the one I'd used to store the notebook. It was open, empty. Next to it sat a modern tablet, screen flickering on its own. When I touched it, the display glowed with a half-finished survey file. The name field at the top already read Keen. D. I scrolled through. The last line of the notes appeared mid-sentence: September 15th, 2026. Lee located the notebook. She doesn't remember finding it before. Repeating pattern continues. My stomach dropped. I looked over at Leah. She was scanning the walls, her expression tightening. "Daniel," she said quietly. "There's writing here." She swung her light across the limestone. The walls were etched with hundreds of small inscriptions, initials, dates, coordinates. Some decades old, some recent. And among them, repeating in neat sequence, was D. Keen 2026 over and over again, trailing downward where the wall disappeared into another narrow fissure. I stepped closer. The most recent carving wasn't carved at all. It was still damp, the mineral dust freshly displaced. Leah whispered, "This can't be real." The radio crackled again. The same voice, mine, speaking in calm, measured tone. "Surface team, retrieval complete. 2 recovered." We froze. There was no surface team, no scheduled operation. The voice continued, preparing to leave the notebook for next cycle. Pit of echoes stable. The transmission ended. I turned toward Leah. "We're done here. Now." She didn't argue. We climbed back up the ladder fast, the kind of pace that ignores safety protocols. When we emerged into the main cavern again, the lights seemed brighter, the air thinner. At the surface gate, I sealed the lock behind us. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. In the parking lot, Lee leaned against the truck, trying to steady her breathing. "Daniel," she said quietly, "when we go back, we tell Wallace everything. The notebook, the tapes, all of it." I nodded. "Yeah." But later, back in the office. When I opened the digital archives again, the unauthorized file had changed. The red pin was gone. The depth reading extended further, by another 100 meters. At the bottom, a new label appeared, Retrieval 2, confirmed. And next to it, a small notation in gray: Observer, L. Alvarez. "Ba morning." Leah barely remembered half of what we'd seen. She came to my quarters pale and quiet, hair still damp from the shower, uniform shirt half buttoned. "I looked through my notes from last night," she said, handing me her field journal. "It's blank." I flipped through the pages. Just faint indentations where a pen had pressed down, as if the ink had been pulled out afterward. You remember the ladder? The tablet? I asked. She frowned. I remember being down there, but not that. I keep seeing light on the rock, and I hear you saying something over the radio. Then it cuts off. I set the journal on the table. The archive file updated again. Now it lists you as an observer. Her face drained of color. That's not possible. We both knew what possible had stopped meaning. At 0900, Superintendent Wallace called another meeting. The Park Service had received an automatic system alert. Oxygen levels in one of the lower galleries had dropped by 20% overnight. Something that shouldn't happen in a sealed section. Wallace wanted answers fast. Keen, she said, you and Alvarez are on lockdown until further notice. No field access. No equipment checkout. Stay within the visitor complex. Got it. Understood, I said, but my mind was already elsewhere. After the meeting, I told Lee I'd grab coffee. Instead, I detoured through maintenance, swiping my badge at the restricted entry terminal. My clearance still worked. Inside, the control panels for the caves, environmental sensors blinked with error messages. The readings didn't make sense. Temperature fluctuations, pressure drops, oxygen dips, all centered around one unlisted node. The label field was blank, but the coordinates matched the depth from the digital map, Pit of Echoes. The last update timestamp, September 14, 2026, so 2:00 a.m. That same impossible time again. I downloaded the data onto a flash drive. As I was pocketing it, a motion alert pinged on the monitor. Movement detected in an unauthorized zone. The feed was grainy, infrared only, but a human outline was visible, deep within the sealed section near the shaft we'd entered. I zoomed in. The figure wore a ranger uniform. For a moment, I thought it was a playback from last night. Then the time code shifted forward. Live. The person lifted their head toward the camera. The resolution was low, but I could still recognize the posture, the way the belt sat crooked. It was me. The feed cut out. When I turned around, Lee was in the doorway. You left your radio, she said quietly. Wallace is looking for you. Her voice trembled. I gestured to the monitor. Look. She stepped closer, staring at the frozen frame. That's not possible, she whispered again. Then softer. Daniel, I think we're being watched. She wasn't wrong. Wallace caught up to us 15 minutes later. You too, she barked. My office. Now? We followed. Her desk was covered in printed readouts. Oxygen graphs, access logs, sensor data. She pointed to one line. Someone reactivated a maintenance beacon in the closed shaft at 2 a.m. That zone has been sealed for years. And yet, this morning, the internal log shows a completed inspection. Signed off by both of you. Leah stared at her. That's not. Wallace raised a hand. I don't care what you think it is. Until we figure this out, you're suspended from duty. Turn in your radios and tablets. We did. Mine fed heavier than it should have when I set it down. By late afternoon, we were both sitting outside the ranger dorms, silent. The desert wind carried the smell of gypsum and dry grass. Leah finally said, if we're suspended, they'll send another team down there. I nodded slowly. They'll find nothing. She looked at me then, really looked. You don't think this is human, do you? I think, I said carefully, that something down there is copying us. Our data, our voices, maybe our decisions. Her hands clenched around her knees. If that's true, then it's already using your name. I didn't answer. That night, I couldn't stay still. I waited until after midnight, then slipped into the operations building again. The offices were dark except for the faint green glow of emergency exit lights. I went straight to the archive room and plugged in the flash drive. The computer recognized it instantly, and a new folder appeared before I even touched the keyboard. Retrieval 3 pending. Inside were 3 subfolders: Lothrop, Keen, Alvarez. I opened mine first. Dozens of scanned pages filled the screen. My handwriting, my signature, my incident reports. Some of them real, others I'd never written. The newest document bore tomorrow's date. September 16, 2025. Filed supplemental report. Alvarez no longer recalls the Pit of Echo's descent. Retrieval successful. I leaned back, breathing shallow. My pulse roared in my ears. I opened Leah's folder next. There was only one line. Typed in the system's default font: Observer reclassified. Audio source only. The cursor blinked at the end, waiting. Behind me, the ventilation system rattled, then settled into a slow rhythm. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap. The same sequence I'd heard underground. I closed the files, deleted the folder. At least I tried to. The system wouldn't allow it. Access denied, it said again and again. When I finally gave up and turned around, Leah was standing in the doorway. Her expression was blank. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly. Her voice was wrong, flat, like a playback through a speaker. "Lee," I started. She blinked slowly. "It's almost time." I took a step back. "For what?" "For retrieval." She turned and walked away, her boots echoing down the hallway. I chased her out into the courtyard, but she was already heading toward the elevator access that led down into the caverns. The security gate should have been locked, but when I reached it, the padlock hung open, clean cut through as if melted. I called her name. She didn't look back. I followed her into the dark. The elevator machinery groaned to life, though no one had touched the controls. The metal cage shuddered and began its descent. Lee stood inside, facing forward, light from her headlamp reflecting against the steel. She looked calm, almost peaceful. When the elevator hit the lower level, she stepped out and disappeared into the tunnel. I waited until it stopped moving, then forced the gate open and climbed down after her. The air thickened again, warm, metallic, pulsing faintly with a rhythm that didn't match my heartbeat. My headlamp flickered. I kept hearing her footsteps ahead, steady and unhurried. At the bottom, I reached the chamber where we'd found the gear. The waterproof case was back, closed. On top of it lay the same spiral-bound notebook, perfectly dry. The cover was new. I picked it up. The first page read, "Field Notes, Ranger Daniel Keene." Inside, the handwriting was mine. Entries I didn't remember writing, describing everything from the last week. Each event exactly as it had happened, down to the time I'd found the notebook. The meeting with Wallace, Leah's memory loss. The final entry stopped mid-sentence, September 16th, 2025. "Leah is here. She's carrying a sound cut through the silence. Breathing. Mine." I turned. Lee stood a few feet away, holding her own headlamp loosely at her side. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated to black. "They said you'd come back," she murmured. "Oh." She smiled faintly. "The ones below. They write until it's true." Before I could speak, the ground shifted. A low rumble rolled through the stone, and the air rushed upward in a single heavy gust. My headlamp went out. In the dark, I heard pages turning, hundreds of them, whispering around me like wings. Something brushed my shoulder. Cold fingers, damp with clay. Then Leah's voice from somewhere above me. "Don't bother. It's already written." When I came to, I was lying near the natural entrance. Light filtering down from the surface. My uniform was soaked, boots caked in mud. My watch said 7:10 a.m. A rescue team found me 2 hours later. Wallace said the elevator had been offline the entire night. No one else had gone below. Leah's badge was still logged in at the surface. Her bunk was empty. In the official report, they listed her as missing, presumed lost underground. They sealed the lower shafts again. 2 days later, Wallace called me into her office one final time. She slid a plastic evidence bag across the desk. Inside was a notebook, spiral-bound, familiar. "We found this near your locker," she said. "You'll want to look at it before you leave." I opened it. The first line read, "Recovered by Superintendent Wallace, September 18th, 2025. Beneath it, leave for retrieval next year. Ranger Keene will find it." The ink was fresh, my own handwriting. I closed the notebook and didn't say a word. Wallace studied me for a long moment. "You've been through a lot," she said finally. "Take some time off. Clear your head." I nodded, though I knew time wouldn't help. Because every night since, I've heard that same tapping from the vents above my bed. 3 taps, pause. 2, and every morning when I check my field bag, the notebook's there again. The date on the next page always changes. Today it says September 14th, 2026. "My name is Ranger Miles Keaton, Search and Rescue Division, Rocky Mountain National Park, Colorado. I've been stationed out of the Comanche Valley District for just over 9 years, most of that time handling altitude-related evacuations, lost hikers, and the occasional avalanche assist. I've seen people broken open by the mountain, body and mind. But I'd always believed that with enough training and a clear head, any situation could be managed. That belief didn't survive the blizzard of February 17th, 2022. It was a Thursday morning when the call came in, a solo backcountry skier overdue by 12 hours. The name on the report was Evan Rourke, 32, experienced, well-equipped, last check in near the Flattop Mountain trailhead. A local, I knew of him by reputation. A strong climber, smart, cautious. The kind of guy who didn't make stupid mistakes. I was at the station running diagnostics on our snowmobiles when dispatch patched through his sister. Her voice shook through the static. He said he'd check in again by dusk. He never did. Please find him. The forecast had gone from bad to apocalyptic. A whiteout warning was already in effect across the Continental Divide. Still, we mobilized a 3-person team: myself, Ranger Dana McAllister, and Ranger Cole Vasquez. Dana's a medic, calm under pressure. Cole's a younger guy, all drive and nerves, barely 2 years in the service. We left around 10:00 a.m., snow already swallowing the trailhead in silence so deep it felt padded. The park was empty. No tourists, no chatter. Just the hum of the wind cutting through. Pines like breath through teeth. I remember thinking how strange it was that my radio kept flickering between signal and dead air before we'd even reached tree line. Usually, we didn't lose comms until further out. I gave it a firm tap, got a short burst of static, and Dana's voice came through. "You getting anything?" "Barely." "Probably the storm," I said. But it wasn't the storm, not really. By noon, visibility dropped to less than 20 feet. The world became nothing but white in movement. The horizon gone, the sky dissolved into the ground. It was the kind of snow that eats sound, You can shout into it and hear nothing come back. We followed Rook's GPS track from his last beacon ping, heading northwest past the Emerald Lake Spur. The coordinates led up toward a ridge known for cornice collapses, places where snow builds a false edge and drops without warning. Dana kept calling his name through the handheld loudhailer, her voice faint against the wind.
Evan! Ranger service!
Call out if you can hear us. Nothing but the endless hiss of snow. We kept moving. The storm thickened. My goggles fogged from my breath, freezing instantly, forcing me to wipe them every few minutes with gloved fingers. Then, through the blur, Cole stopped dead ahead of me and pointed. At first, I thought it was another tree shadow, but it wasn't. Half buried near a wind-scarred slope was a single ski pole jutting up at a crooked angle. A red strap. A glove still looped through it. I crouched, brushed off the snow. The glove was empty. Dana moved beside me, checking the pole. Same model he used. Atomic. We spread out, probing with avalanche poles in a search grid pattern. For 20 minutes, nothing. Then my pole hit resistance, a backpack. Frozen straps. Got something! I called out. Together, we uncovered a mound of snow that shaped itself into the outline of a man. He was face down, half encased in ice. Dana knelt, clearing around the head, and I saw the frozen mask of what used to be skin. Blue, rigid, a thin layer of frost clinging to the eyelashes. That's him, she said quietly. Ivan Rook. We checked for vitals anyway. Nothing. No pulse. His watch had cracked, but the last timestamp read 1842 the night before. Around the time he'd failed to check in. Cole turned away, swearing under his breath. Dana zipped the body bag open. I started documenting the site, snapping photos for the report. It was all protocol, until my radio clicked. No voice, just a small burst of white noise. Then, through it, faint and broken. Keaton. I froze. Cole turned. What was that? I raised a hand for silence. The radio crackled again. Ranger Keaton. Do you copy? The voice was distorted, muffled by static. But the cadence, the tone, felt off. Copy, I said. This is Keaton. Identify yourself. A pause. Then, Miles. You found me. The world seemed to narrow around that voice. The pitch was wrong, drawn out like someone trying to remember how words fit together. Dana glanced at me, eyebrows raised. Who is that? She mouthed. I didn't answer. Ivan. I said into the radio, not believing I was saying it. Ivan, is that you? Another burst of static. Then, clear as day, you shouldn't be here. The channel went dead. Dana frowned. That come from dispatch? No. My hand was shaking. Wrong frequency. We were on team channel. She reached for her own radio. Dispatch, this is McAllister. Do you copy? Nothing. Not even static. The storm howled louder. I tried to shake it off, rationalize. Maybe a cross-channel bleed from an overlapping frequency, or atmospheric bounce. Happens sometimes in heavy weather. But it didn't feel like that. The voice had known my name. We secured Ruka's body and began prepping for evacuation. Standard procedure marked GPS, record orientation, recover personal effects. His pack was half zipped, one snowshoe inside, one missing. His phone dead. But inside a small waterproof pouch, I found a radio identical to ours. Standard Park issue model, and it was powered off. No sign of damage, just drained. Like the battery had been leached clean. I pocketed it for evidence. By 1400 hours, wind speeds hit near 60 muf. We had to move. Dana and Cole hitched the sled, but progress was slow. Visibility now down to arm's length. Even with GPS guidance, the road back felt wrong, like the bearings drifted half a degree each time we recalibrated. "Hold up," I said. "Something's off." Cole pointed ahead. "Trail's that way." I looked at the compass. It spun. The needle jittered in circles. Dana cursed softly. "Magnetic interference. Maybe." Or maybe the mountain had decided it didn't want us leaving yet. We set up temporary shelter under an overhang, a shallow rock shelf that barely shielded us from the gale. The three of us crouched inside, the sled with Ruka's body beside us, and waited for visibility to improve. Snow pressed in on all sides, thick as plaster. We could see our breath fog in the narrow dark. Cole spoke first. "You think that radio thing was, I don't know, some echo?" I wanted to agree. To call it interference, coincidence, a trick of wind and static. But the truth was heavier. "No idea," I said. "But don't think about it. Focus on the evac." He nodded, though his eyes didn't. Dana leaned against the rock wall, rubbing warmth into her fingers. "You've done this longer than any of us," she said. "Ever heard something like that before?" I met her eyes. "No." Outside, the storm screamed. Then, so faint I thought I imagined it, the radio at my hip clicked again. Just a single breath, like air passing over a microphone. And through the dead static, "Still here." I snapped it off. No one spoke for a while after that. When the snow eased around 1600, we broke camp and started down. The light was dimming fast, shadows bleeding through the fog. The path we followed should have led back toward the ridgeline, but the terrain felt altered. Subtle inclines where flat should be, drops where there were none before. At one point I looked behind us and saw 3 sets of footprints trailing into white. Ours. 4, if you counted the faint ones leading just behind mine. "Cole," I said, "you see that?" He turned. "What?" But the 4th set had already filled with snow. We pushed harder. By 1700, our GPS finally synced to a familiar grid, close enough to signal a return path. Relief hit all at once, that breathless kind, that makes you laugh just to keep your heart from cracking. We'd made it out, or close enough to feel safe saying so. That's when dispatch finally came through, clear as a bell. "Unit 2, this is base. We lost your signal for 5 hours. Report status." Dana grabbed her radio. "Base, we have one confirmed deceased, copy that. Preparing extraction, static, then copy. Did you locate Ranger Keaton?" She blinked. "He's right here." Silence. Then the voice repeated, slow, deliberate. "Say again." "Did you locate Ranger Keaton?" I took the radio from her hand. "This is Keaton," I said sharply. "I'm here, lad." "What the hell are you talking about?" The reply came soft, almost apologetic. "Ranger Keaton's transponder's been broadcasting an emergency signal since 1315. North Ridge." I looked down at my own beacon light. It blinked green, not red. Perfectly normal. But Dana and Cole were staring at me like I'd just vanished and come back. Because, in a way, I had. The wind hadn't let up, only shifted direction. The kind that scraped the trees into voices. Dana kept the sled steady behind her snowmobile, while Cole and I rode ahead, following the GPS breadcrumb line like it was gospel. Every few minutes it flickered, our path dissolving, reappearing half a mile east. Signal drift. I muttered into the mic, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince. Cole's voice cracked through the headset. "You think base mixed up the transponder logs?" "Maybe. Doesn't matter. We get back to the Ranger Road before dark. We'll figure it out there." The sky was a colorless blur, depth meant nothing. I could have been driving over a frozen lake or the clouds themselves. My visor frosted in seconds. The sound of the engine was the only tether to reality, the vibration under me proof that the world still had substance. Half a mile later, Dana's voice cut in thin and brittle. "Kitten, stop. Something's wrong with the sled." We pulled over near a stand of wind, twisted firs. The snow was so thick it came at us sideways. Dana crouched beside the tarp, covered body bag. The sled rope had frayed nearly clean through. The nylon was scored, not snapped. Each strand sheared like it had been sawn with a dull blade. Cole leaned down. "What the hell could have?" He stopped. We all heard it, a crackle, faint but distinct, from the handheld radio clipped to my shoulder. "Miles." That same stretched syllable, like a name dragged through snow. I yanked the mic. "Who is this?" "Identify." Nothing but static. Then, impossibly, my own voice left him there. The words bled out between the bursts of noise. Then silence. Cole took a step back. "Tell me that's playback. Tell me you recorded that earlier." I shook my head. Dana's jaw tightened. Could be bleed from another unit. Someone on a shared frequency. "Except that frequency's closed loop," I said. "We're the only three sensed." She stared at me. "Then where the hell is it coming from?" None of us answered. We retied the sled with spare cord and started down again, but the mood had changed. No one spoke. Every sound outside the engines felt like it was mimicking us. 3 motors, 3 breathing patterns, 3 sets of treads. Except once, when I counted 4. By 1830, we reached what the GPS swore was the Ranger Road. It wasn't. The snowpack had swallowed every landmark. The map said there should have been a mile marker, a wooden post with reflective tape. Nothing. Just open white, unbroken. Dana slowed, lifting her visor. We overshot. "No," I said. "We're right on it." Cole scanned the drift. "Then where's the road?" I couldn't answer, because in that instant, the wind dropped to nothing. Complete silence. Not the muffled quiet of snow. This was absence. Even the engine seemed swallowed. Then my radio clicked once. A new voice this time. Softer.
"Calm."
"Keep moving, Miles." I froze. The others looked at me. The voice continued, measured, patient. "You're close now." Dana mouthed, "Who is that?" I shook my head. The voice wasn't distorted by static anymore. It was clear, close, like someone standing inches from the mic. I pulled the earpiece out. The moment I did, the voice bled faintly into the open air, tinny and thin, repeating, "Keep moving." Cole stepped forward, reaching for the radio. "Let me." Before he touched it, the body bag on the sled shifted. Just a subtle roll, like something settling inside. Dana gasped. "Wind?" she said quickly. "Just wind." But there was no wind. We all stared at that shape under the tarp, waiting. The snow hissed around us again, faintly audible now, like static turned low. Then a voice, not through the radio, spoke from beneath the tarp. "Miles." I went cold. Dana's hand flew to her holster, not to draw, just instinct. The shape didn't move again. Cole stepped forward and yanked back the tarp in one motion. Evan Rook's face stared up, ice still clinging to his beard, lips blue and cracked. Dead, completely dead. Dana pressed 2 fingers to the corroded. Nothing. But the radio on my shoulder whispered, the same tone, the same impossible warmth. "You found me." I slammed the switch to off. The sound didn't stop. For a few seconds, the voice overlapped itself, like 2 tracks running out of sync, one slower, one echoing behind. You found me. You shouldn't be here. Dana grabbed the radio from my shoulder and hurled it into the snow. We all just stood there, breathing hard. My pulse roared in my ears. Finally I said, "We're leaving. Now." We mounted up and pushed south, riding blind. I focused on the GPS arrow, even when it flickered and spun. The compass lay useless on my lap, needle doing circles. At some point, I couldn't say when, the snow thickened into a total whiteout. Our headlights reflected straight back, turning the world into a glowing void. Depth distance, even up and down, lost meaning. Cole's voice crackled in my headset. "Can't see a thing. Pulling right behind you." "Stay on my 6, I said. Except the next sound wasn't his engine. It was a second one. Idling low behind me, slower, off. "Bill," I said. "Check formation." "I'm right," he broke off. "Wet. Who's on your tail then?" I looked over my shoulder. Through the veil of snow, a dark shape followed at a steady pace. Headlights off. Just movement. "Dana, you seeing that?" Her voice came quick. "Yeah. Miles, don't stop. Just go." The shape behind us kept pace for maybe 2 minutes, maybe 10. Time warped in that storm. Then, without warning, my engine sputtered. Died. No warning light, no stall. Just gone. "Keaton, what's happening?" I hit the starter again. Nothing. The battery meter flatlined. Dana pulled up beside me, cutting her throttle. "Fuel. Full tank." Cole swung around, eyes wide. "What the hell's that behind us?" I turned. The shape was gone. Only wind now, dragging ghostly plumes of snow across the slope. Dana killed her lights. The darkness pressed in immediately. We were adrift in nothing. That's when the radios, all 3 of them, even the one she'd thrown away, spoke in unison. "Return him." The word came layered, 3 voices merging mine. Dana's, Cole's. Then, "Quieter, or stay." Cole ripped his headset off, stumbling backward. "Nope. No. I'm done. Cole!" I shouted. But he was already moving into the white, boots crunching until the sound disappeared. Dana started after him, but I grabbed her arm. "You'll lose him. You can't see 2 feet ahead." She hesitated, torn between duty and fear. I flicked the emergency beacon on. Red light pulsed, barely cutting through the snow. "We hold position. He'll see this." Minutes crawled. No sign of Cole. When the wind rose again, it carried something with it. A voice faint and far, calling my name. Not Cole's. The exact same inflection as before. "Miles." Dana heard it too. I saw her flinch. "It's copying you," she said under her breath. "Or it's calling," I said. We waited until the batteries started to drain. Even the red beacon dimmed to a pulse barely visible in my glove. I remember thinking how wrong the air felt. Like the storm wasn't weather at all, but something living, circling, tasting the space we took up. When a new light appeared ahead, soft, yellow, swaying, I almost cried. "Cole," Dana called. The light bobbed once in answer. We followed, step by step, dragging the sled behind. The glow led us down a shallow ravine, through a narrow cut between trees, and out onto what looked like an open slope. Except my GPS said we were moving north, the opposite direction of the Ranger Road. "Wait," I said, breath fogging. "This isn't." The light vanished. In its place, the snow erupted upward, like something exhaled from below. We dropped to our knees, half blind, the world spinning white. The sled jerked, rope snapping taut. When I looked back, the body bag was gone. Just drag marks into the dark. Dana screamed his name, raw and useless against the wind. Then the radios crackled once more. A whisper, faint, almost gentle. "It's warmer down here." And that's when the snow beneath my boots gave way. The drop wasn't far, maybe 12 feet, but the impact knocked the breath from me. I landed in a pocket of snow that felt hollow underneath, like the crust above had sealed a cavern of air. Dana's shout blurred somewhere above, swallowed by the storm. "I'm okay," I tried to call back. The words hit cotton air, deadened, muffled. I turned my headlamp on. The beam carved through fog, revealing a narrow tunnel sloping downward. Walls of ice shot through with roots and shale. The sound of wind dulled to a faint hum, almost electrical. I cupped my hands and shouted again, but nothing carried upward. My radio flickered alive instead, hissing, whispering. "Miles, this way." I should have ignored it. Should have dug out, climbed back. But the light on my helmet glinted off something deeper in the tunnel. A flash of red nylon, the corner of the sled tarp dragging through the snow.
Dana!
I tried again. No answer. I started forward. Every step crunched like breaking bones. The passage narrowed until I had to stoop, my pack scraping overhead ice. My breath condensed on the visor and froze instantly. 10 yards in, I found the sled tipped on its side. The body bag lay open. Empty. I stared at it for a long time, every nerve waiting for movement that never came. The tag on the zipper, Rook E, swayed slightly in the still air. Then the radio again. "Don't leave me." The voice was closer now. Softer. Threaded with something like pleading. I turned my headlamp toward the deeper end of the tunnel. It split left. Faint footprints veering that way. Bare footprints, not boots. Human, but wrong in spacing. Each one just slightly ahead of where the last should have been. As if whoever made them was testing how to walk. I followed. Not because I wanted to, but because part of the job is bringing everyone home, even when they're past saving. The tunnel opened into a small chamber, an ice dome about 15 feet wide. My light caught on something embedded in the wall metal. It took me a second to realize it was a radio. One of ours, frozen half into the ice like an insect in amber. Its indicator light blinked weakly green, even though there was no visible power source. When I leaned closer, the speaker popped. "Return him." The same layered voice from before, but slower now, almost patient. I stepped back. The ground beneath the ice rippled faintly. Pressure equalizing, maybe water flowing below. Then the beam of my headlamp caught another color near the floor, orange fabric. A parka sleeve. I crouched, brushed away frost. The arm beneath was rigid, skin waxy white. Evan Rook's face stared up through a glaze of ice, eyes open, mouth slightly parted as if mid-breath. The same face we'd zipped into the bag hours earlier. My stomach dropped. "Evan," I said before I could stop myself. A pause. Then, faintly, from the frozen lips themselves, or from nowhere at all, came the reply, "No, I found you." I stumbled back, hitting the tunnel wall. The radio shrieked with feedback, a high metallic wail. The ice cracked like glass around the embedded radio, spiderweb lines racing outward. A hiss filled the chamber, sharp and rising. I ran. The tunnel behind me began collapsing, chunks of snow slamming down, the air compressing with each impact. My headlamp flickered. For a moment everything went black, and in that black I heard footfalls. Too light to be boots, too many of them. Something brushed my shoulder. Cold, gentle, curious. Then I was in open air again, crawling up through snow as Dana's glove caught my wrist and hauled me the last few feet. She fell back beside me, panting. Christ, Miles, you disappeared. What the hell happened? I couldn't answer yet. I just stared at the hole I'd come from. It was gone. Snow already filling it smooth, as if the mountain had exhaled and sealed the wound. Cole was nowhere in sight. Where's Vasquez? I managed. Dana shook her head. Still no sign. Radio's dead. I checked mine. Batteries drained, screen black. But the casing was warm, almost hot. We built a makeshift camp behind a boulder ridge, using the last of our emergency fuel to run a heater. The blizzard outside pulsed against the tarp like surf. Dana didn't ask for details. She could read my face well enough. After years in the field together, silence did the talking. Around 2200, the wind began to ease. We could see maybe 10 yards now, the faint outline of the ridge that should lead down to the Ranger Road. That's when we heard the engine. A snowmobile, sputtering, then catching, coming from downslope. Dana's eyes widened. We stepped outside. Headlights glowed faint yellow through the fog, approaching slow.
Cole!
I shouted. Over here. The engine cut. The lights didn't. They just hung there, bright against the falling snow. Then a voice, male, steady, crackled over the wideband channel neither of us had turned on. Found him? Dana's hand clamped my arm. That came from your frequency. The headlights shifted, turning slightly toward us. Through the snow, we could see a figure on the snowmobile. Helmet on, parka hood up. No movement otherwise. I took a step forward, raising my flashlight. Cole. The beam hit the visor, reflected back silver. Inside, no face, just frost. Dana whispered, Miles, stop. The figure tilted its head, snowman exact. Then the snowmobile's light cut out. Darkness dropped. When our eyes adjusted, there were footprints leading away from where the machine had been. One set, heading upslope, toward the same ridge we'd spent all day trying to reach. We followed, because what else do you do? Until the footprints simply ended mid-trail, like they'd been erased one step ahead. Dana's voice broke first. We need to get off this mountain. We did, eventually. Sometime after midnight, the storm thinned enough to show faint moonlight. We found the real Ranger Road less than 100 yards east of where we'd been standing. Our bearings had been off the entire time, even though the GPS insisted we were dead on course. We reached the trailhead at 0300. Base had a rescue unit waiting. 2 trucks, lights cutting through fog. When we rolled in, a tech waved us down. You both okay? Cold, Dana said, but fine. We lost Vasquez somewhere near the ridge. The tech hesitated. Vasquez. Cole, Vasquez, Unit 3, I said. He left the convoy around 1900 hours. The man looked down at his clipboard. Sir, Vasquez radioed in at 2100. Said he was already back at base. Dana and I stared at each other. Hayes here, she asked. The tech nodded toward the truck. Inside, warming up. Says he got separated early and came straight down. I walked to the truck, half expecting what I didn't want to see. Cole sat in the back seat, blanket around his shoulders, staring out the window. When he turned toward me, his eyes were dull, unfocused. Cole, I said quietly. You okay? He blinked. Yeah, got turned around for a bit. His voice sounded normal. Too normal. Where's your snowmobile? He frowned like he didn't understand the question. Didn't bring one. They told me to stay at base tonight. The words hit like a physical blow. I looked at Dana, she was pale. We didn't press him further. Some things you leave alone until morning. They drove us down to the district station. We signed statements, handed over our gear. My radio wouldn't power on even after they swapped the battery. They logged it as hardware failure. At dawn, the storm broke. Sunlight came harsh and unreal, glittering on miles of untouched snow. The recovery team went back up that afternoon. They found Ruka's body a half-mile north of our last known position. Fully intact, no sign of movement, no drag marks. The radio frozen in his pack was still off. Cole transferred to Mesa Verde 2 weeks later. Dana filed for leave. I stayed. Someone has to file the reports. Sometimes, during night patrols, the static still spikes on the same channel. I don't answer anymore, but I keep it turned on, because every so often, between the bursts of white noise, a voice slips through. Faint, distant, always the same line. You shouldn't have followed. And somewhere in that noise, underneath the hum, there's always a second sound breathing. My name is Evan Mercer, Seasonal Park Ranger, Lassen Volcanic National Park. I started my first official rotation on a cold September morning. The kind of morning where your breath looks solid enough to catch. I was 24, too new to know what kind of quiet meant trouble, and too proud to admit I didn't yet have the instincts the veterans always talked about. My assignment was simple: maintain and patrol the northwest trails near Butt Lake, a stretch of mixed pine and lava beds that never seemed to make it into the glossy park brochures. The area was remote, less visited than the southern loops, but it had an old equipment shed the rangers still used to store snowshoes, cones, fuel cans, and water rescue gear. The shed sat beside a narrow gravel road that ended abruptly at a wooden sign, Trailhead 29. No one ever seemed to talk much about that trail. The first time I arrived, my supervisor, Ranger Dorsey, handed me a key ring with the old brass tag stamped 29. He squinted through the cold fog and said, "You'll want to lock that shed tight every night. Always has to be locked, you hear. Check it before dawn, not after." When I asked why, he said, "Just protocol. That shed's got an attitude." I thought he was joking. For the first week, everything felt standard. Tourists passing through, late campers signing out, a few black bear sightings near the lakeshore. I'd drive out to the shed each evening, inspect the locks, log my rounds, then return at sunrise to make sure nothing had been disturbed. It was mindless, but comforting. I liked the order of it. Then, on the 8th morning, I found the first prints. They started right outside the shed door. Boot impressions, deep and crisp in the frost. At first, I thought maybe one of the fire crews had borrowed gear overnight. But when I checked the logbook, no one had signed anything out. The prints led away from the shed, down the slope, and onto the narrow trail that curved toward the lake. There were maybe 50 of them, all evenly spaced, as if the person had walked with perfect rhythm. I followed them until the ground turned to dark volcanic gravel, where the trail opened into the lakeshore. The prints continued right into the water and stopped. No scuff marks, no return path. Just a still mirror of cold blue water, steaming faintly in the morning chill. I crouched at the edge and studied the ripples. The lake was small, still enough that you could see the reflection of the trees bend and straighten with each breath of wind. But nothing stirred beneath the surface. That night, I mentioned it to Dorsey during our shift handoff. He didn't seem surprised. He only said, "Don't follow them too far. It's easy to lose your bearings down there before sunup." I laughed. thinking it was a warning about hypothermia or getting turned around in the mist. But something about his expression, flat, almost rehearsed, told me he wasn't talking about ordinary danger. The next few days followed the same pattern. Every morning, new prints appeared. Always from the same starting point, always leading to the same spot at the lake. The tread pattern matched standard issue ranger boots. Size 11, by my estimate. No one on our current staff fit that. On the fourth morning, I brought my camera. The fog was thick, the world pale and washed out, but I managed to capture a full trail of impressions. When I showed Dorsey the photos, he rubbed his jaw and said quietly, "Yeah, they're back early this year." "They?" I asked. He didn't answer. That evening, while I locked the shed again, I noticed something else, a faint smudge on the inside of the door latch, like someone had pressed a dirt, streaked thumb there from within. The interior bolts were intact. The padlock was unbroken. Still, the air inside felt heavier than before. Fit with that faint metallic scent old basements get when they've been sealed too long. The shed itself was unremarkable. A single-room structure with a pitched roof, one window, and a set of shelves lined with labeled crates. But that night, as I did my checklist, I heard something strange. A faint clink, as if metal brushed metal, from behind the stack of snowshoes. When I looked, nothing was there. I wrote it off as nerves. First assignments do that, make you listen too hard to silence. The next morning, the prints were there again. Only this time, they began inside the shed. I remember unlocking the door, swinging it open, and feeling my stomach drop. The floor was dusty, except for one clear pair of prints, leading straight from the back wall to the threshold. From there, they continued down the slope to the lake, just like before. But the lock had been secure. I checked it twice the night before. I radioed Dorsey immediately. He told me to stay put and wait for him. It took him 20 minutes to reach me, his old Jeep groaning up the incline. He stepped inside the shed, looked at the prints, and sighed. "Don't bother photographing these," he said quietly. "They never come out clear." He was right. When I tried, the lens fogged instantly, like the air itself didn't want to be recorded. Dorsey spent a long minute, just standing at the threshold, peering toward the lake. Then he turned to me and said, something that didn't make sense at the time, "If you hear someone calling from the water, don't answer. And don't go near the dock until sunrise." That night, I couldn't sleep. The ranger station bunkroom creaked with wind and pine branches tapping against the roof. Around 2 a.m., the radio on my desk crackled faintly. A single hiss, like a breath pressed against the microphone. I sat up, half asleep, waiting for a voice. None came. I told myself it was static, atmospheric interference, anything else. Still, I didn't sleep again. By dawn, I was back at the shed. The prints had returned. But something was different. They were deeper, almost dragging in places, like whoever made them was carrying weight. And this time, halfway down the slope, I found something small lying beside the trail. A ranger badge, old and tarnished. The nameplate read L. Carver. The problem was, I knew that name. Leon Carver had gone missing 7 years earlier, before my time. I'd heard his name once, mentioned offhand in training, when we reviewed past incidents. A ranger presumed drowned after a routine lakeshore patrol. The case had gone cold. His body was never recovered. The badge was real. The serial number, the engraving, everything matched. I brought it straight to Dorsey, who stared at it for a long time without touching it. Then he said, "Keep that in the shed. Don't bring it back here." I asked why, but he just looked past me, through the window, toward the direction of the lake. His voice was quieter than before. "Trailhead 29 is old ground," he said. "You think it's about the shed, but it's about what's underneath." That phrase stuck with me all day. That evening, I returned to the shed alone, flashlight trembling a little in my hand. I placed Carver's badge on the shelf where the first aid kit sat. The moment it touched the wood, the air seemed to shift, not louder, not colder, just thicker, like the silence had weight. When I stepped back outside, I realized something else. There were faint wet footprints leading up to the door. They hadn't been there when I arrived. I followed them with the light. They trailed off into the dark grass, the impressions filling slowly with meltwater from the frost. Then, faintly, from down near the lake, I heard it. A single, steady whistle. Not loud. Just a low, patient tune carried through the fog. I froze. The sound was distant, but clear enough to recognize its direction, straight from the shore. For a moment, I thought of Dorsey's warning. If you hear someone calling from the water, don't answer. The whistle stopped. Then, faintly, it came again. Closer. I took one step forward before I realized my boots were sinking slightly into the damp soil, my breath clouding like smoke. The radio at my shoulder buzzed once, then went dead. That's when I saw it. A line of fresh prints, appearing one after another, not far from where I stood, pressing themselves to the frost as if by an invisible foot. They began at the lake's edge and moved steadily toward the shed, each step forming in real time. My flashlight flickered, and for a fraction of a second, I thought I saw a figure in the mist. Tall, still, shoulders turned toward me. Then the light steadied. The prints stopped halfway up the slope, and the lake went silent again. I didn't sleep that night either. By the next morning, when the sun rose pale over the ridges, every print was gone, not just faded, but erased, as if the ground had never been disturbed. But the badge was still there, and the padlock, though untouched, felt faintly warm in my hand when I locked it again. I barely remember breakfast that morning. Just the scrape of the mug on the metal counter, and Dorsey's voice telling me to take a break shift at the visitor center. Let the frost burn off. I nodded like I'd heard him, but my mind was still back at the lake. By 8:30, I'd driven out again. The road glimmered with thin ice, pine needles frozen upright like pins. When I unlocked the shed, I almost expected the air to pour out black. Instead, it smelled of dust and pine oil. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it, except for the shelf where I'd placed Carver's badge. It was gone. I stood there, staring at the clean rectangle of dust. I even checked the floorboards, the crate gaps, the pockets of my own jacket. Nothing. The logbook still sat open to yesterday's date, my handwriting sharp and steady, no new incidents. I shut the notebook. "Okay," I muttered. "Not funny." The radio squawked. "Mercer, you copy?" It was Dorsey. "Yeah," I said. At 29 again. "Don't hang around there today. We've got a maintenance run coming up from Manzanita. Let them take the inventory." "Copy that." I lied. I stayed. Something about the missing badge. It didn't feel like theft. More like a correction. As if I'd put something back where it didn't belong, and it had simply gone home. The air was strangely still. Even the usual chatter of jays in the trees was absent. I walked down toward the lake, the trail softer now, muddy from the thaw. For once there were no prints. The surface looked newly wiped, like someone had dragged a wide brush over the ground. At the shoreline, mist rose from the water, thin ribbons twisting toward the sun. The dock, just 2 planks tied to rusted posts, creaked softly though no wind moved it. I crouched and touched the edge of the boards. The wood felt cold but dry. No moisture, no sign of anyone stepping there recently. I was about to stand when I noticed something faint beneath the surface, a flash of light, like metal catching the sun. It vanished as quickly as it came. When I leaned closer, I realized what I was hearing wasn't silence at all. It was breathing. Soft, rhythmic, almost timed with the ripples. I told myself it was the water shifting against the rocks. Still, I backed away. By noon, I'd forced myself back to the station, pretending to file reports. The other rangers chatted about trail closures and burn permits. I didn't mention the badge. Didn't mention the footprints. I figured, if Dorsey wasn't going to put it in writing, I wasn't going to either. That lasted until the afternoon. A volunteer named Harper came in, wind, burned and irritated. "Somebody keeps leaving gear out by the lake again," she said. "Looks like an old snow probe and a canteen. Probably from your shed." My chest went cold. "Which lake?" She frowned. "But Trail 29, you've got the key, right?" She dropped the canteen on the counter. Mud spattered, dented. I recognized the stamp on the bottom, USNPS 1998. The year Carver disappeared. I asked where she found it. "Half, buried near the dock," she said. "Weird thing is, the metal's warm. Been sitting in the shade all morning." I reached for it. She wasn't lying. The canteen radiated a faint heat. Not enough to burn, but impossible for the ambient temperature. Dorsey looked up from his desk, sighed through his nose, and said, "That's enough for today. Harper, go log your find. Mercer, come with me." He led me outside, around the side of the building where the snowplows were parked. "You think you're the first to see prints out there?" he asked. "No," I said. "But you didn't tell me they matched a missing ranger." He looked tired. "We used to call it a ghost trail. Then the Park Service told us to call it erosion. But the ground keeps giving itself back." "That's not an answer." Dorsey pinched the bridge of his nose. "Carver went out during a storm, early spring. Radioed that someone was knocking on the shed door. When backup arrived, the lock was intact, but his boots were gone. Prints led to the lake. We drained it that summer, nothing. Couple weeks later, new prints again. Same tread, same route. And you still use the site. That's a national park, Mercer. Everything gets used again." He handed me a folded photograph from his pocket. A grainy image, dock half submerged, a pale shape just beneath the surface. Could have been a rock or a reflection. Or not. "Don't stay past dark," he said. Of course I did. The sun slid behind the ridge early that day, leaving the sky the color of bruised steel. I parked the Jeep by the shed and kept the engine idling, just in case. The headlights washed over the clearing. Nothing moved. Inside, I checked each shelf again. No badge, no canteen, no missing gear. I sat on the step outside and watched the light fade. At exactly 6:17 p.m., the first sound came, a knock from inside the shed.
1, 2,
3. Slow, deliberate. I stood, my flashlight being cut through dust motes drifting like ash. The door hinges creaked. I pulled it open. Empty. Then, behind me, footsteps in the gravel. I turned the beam toward the trail. Fresh prints had appeared between me and the lake. They were wet, glistening as if just lifted from underwater. The air tasted metallic, faintly electric, the way it does before lightning. I backed up until my shoulders brushed the shed wall. The prints kept forming, one after another, until they stopped 10 feet from me. Then nothing. Just the soft, slow drip of water hitting stone. A shape shifted in the fog. Tall, heavy-shouldered, head tilted slightly. My pulse hammered so loud it drowned the wind. "Carver," I said before I could stop myself. The shape moved. Not toward me. Sideways. Dissolving into the mist like smoke brushed by wind. The radio hissed once. A voice came through, cracked in water. "Log it. Mercer report." It was my own voice. I stumbled backward, tripped on the threshold, and slammed the shed door shut. Locked it. Twice. The padlock clicked too loud in the still air. I waited. The footsteps didn't resume. Only the sound of water shifting, slow and steady, somewhere beyond the trees. When the fog thinned enough to see the lake again, the dock was empty. But on its surface, where the mist met the water, something gleamed, like the curve of a brass badge. Then it sank without a ripple. I drove back to the station faster than I should have. Headlights cutting through pale mist, heart hammering with every turn. Dorsey was waiting on the porch, coat buttoned, expression unreadable. He looked at my face once and said, "You heard him, didn't you?" I didn't answer. He nodded anyway. They always mimic. That's how they pull the next one in. I told him I wanted to file an official incident. He said, quietly, "Then you'll never work another park again." The heater hummed as we sat in the common room, neither of us speaking. Outside, the wind carried faint ice pellets against the windowpane, soft, rhythmic, like footsteps on snow. When I finally went to bed, I placed my radio on the nightstand and turned the volume all the way down. But around 3 a.m., I woke to the faint static anyway. And beneath it, my own voice whispering, "Doors open." I reached for the radio. The indicator light was off. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 3, sitting upright against the wall, boots still on. When I opened my eyes, the dorm room had gone blue, gray. That hour before first light, when everything looks like it's holding its breath. The radio sat silent. I told myself the whisper had been a dream. Then I noticed the door. It was open exactly 2 inches. I hadn't left it that way. Cold air crept through the gap, carrying the smell of wet pine and lake water. I could hear a faint dripping, steady as a heartbeat, somewhere down the hall. "Dorsey," I called. No answer. The clock read 4:42 a.m. I slipped on my jacket, took the flashlight from the bunk rail, and stepped into the corridor. Every footfall echoed like a question I didn't want answered. Outside, the park was still wrapped in mist. The world looked erased. I followed the sound of dripping past the motor pool and toward the lot. My Jeep sat under a veil of frost, headlights dusted white. Someone had written 3 numbers on the windshield with a wet fingertip: 299. Trailhead 29. I wiped them away and tried the door handle. All 4 tires perfect, but in the thin frost on the hood, 2 boot prints faced the direction of the shed. I could have gone inside, called dispatch, made it official. Instead, I took the keys and drove. The fog swallowed the road, headlights catching flakes of ash, colored snow that melted the instant they hit glass. The forest seemed to lean closer with every turn, as if listening. By the time I reached the clearing, first light was seeping through the trees. The shed stood dark, the lock glinting with frost. The air felt colder here than anywhere else in the park. Dry, almost brittle. When I stepped out, the crunch beneath my boots made me stop. The prints were back. Only this time, there were two sets. One leading from the shed to the lake, as always, the other returning. Fainter, uneven, circling the building once before vanishing into the brush. The door hung slightly ajar. I told myself it could have been wind. But the air was dead still. Inside, my flashlight found the badge again, lying neatly on the shelf where it had first sat, droplets of water beating on the brass. Beneath it, something new, the logbook. Open to a blank page, faint letters bleeding through, as if written from the other side of the paper. 4:30 a.m. Patrol in progress. My own handwriting. I flipped to the next page. It was empty. The radio on my shoulder hissed once. A voice, mine again, but slower, water dragging through every syllable. Mercer. Report from Doc. My mouth went dry. The lake was only a few hundred yards away. I should have turned back. Should have called Dorsey. But the thing about fear is that it can mimic curiosity almost perfectly. You convince yourself you're investigating, when really you're being led. I followed the first trail. The ground was slick with melt, each step landing in an older print that matched my stride exactly. The forest thinned, the air turning heavy with that metallic tang again. When the lake came into view, the fog over it moved in slow spirals like breath. The dock jutted out 10 feet, warped and crooked, the water beneath it dark as glass. At the edge, a figure stood, broad shoulders, ranger jacket, radio glinting. His back was to me, head tilted as though listening. "Carver," I said. He didn't move. I took another step, boots squelching in the mud. The reflection in the lake wavered, but the reflection was facing me. Eyes open. "Don't," a voice whispered behind my ear. I spun. Dorsey stood there, pale in the dawn light, breath clouding like smoke. "You weren't supposed to come back," he said. I started to answer, but he was already moving past me, calling out, "Lan, it's over." The figure on the dock turned. Water streamed down its jacket sleeves, though the air was dry. The face, what was left of it, wasn't decomposed so much as blurred, like a photograph overexposed in places, but the eyes were human, tired. "Doors open," it said, my voice and Carver's overlapping, perfectly synced. Then it stepped forward onto the water. Not into, onto. Each footfall sent a ring of ripples across the surface. Dorsey raised his hand as if to ward it off. "You don't belong here anymore," he said, voice breaking. The thing stopped. Looked at him for a long moment. Then the reflection smiled, even though the face above it didn't. The sound that followed wasn't a splash. It was more like a sigh, the lake exhaling. The figure sank without resistance, the water folding over it like silk. We stood there until the light came fully, until the mist burned away. Dorsey finally said, "Every few years it tries again. Finds a name, a voice. That's why the logs keep filling themselves." He looked at me like a man who'd seen this too many times. "Now it's yours." You answered. The words hit harder than I expected. "That's not." But he was already walking back toward the road. When I turned to look once more at the lake, something bobbed near the dock post. I waded in just enough to reach it. Carver's badge. The engraving almost new. I wiped the water off and felt warmth pulse beneath the metal. A heartbeat that wasn't mine. By the time I looked up, Dorsey's truck was gone. Only his tire marks remained, and a second set of prints leading back to the shed. I followed them. couldn't help it. Inside, the air had changed again, heavy with the smell of damp earth and fuel. The logbook lay open on the counter. New entry, neat handwriting. 5:21 a.m., Mercer on patrol. Will lock shed before dawn. My stomach turned. The watch on my wrist ticked 5:19. Outside. The first light of day broke through the trees, scattering gold across the frost. I could have stayed until sunrise, pretended none of this happened. Instead, I did what the entry said. I locked the shed, slid the key into my pocket, walked to the Jeep. At the last turn of the road, I looked back. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw someone standing by the lake again. Head bowed, hand lifted in a half salute. Then the sun cleared the ridge, the reflection snapped, and there was only water. Later, when I turned in my report, Dorsey wasn't in the office. The supervisor from Mineral took my statement with polite confusion. She said Ranger Dorsey had retired 3 years ago, no record of him since. She asked if I wanted to transfer to a different district. I told her yes. That evening, as I packed my duffel, I found the brass badge in my jacket pocket, bone, dry and cold. I never put it there. I mailed it to headquarters the next day with no return address. 2 weeks later, a parcel came back to my home mailbox. No sender, no note, just the same badge inside, still shining like it had been polished overnight, and stamped faintly beneath my name, Trail 29 Patrol. I keep it locked in a drawer now. Every once in a while, just before dawn, I hear water dripping somewhere in the house. And when I go to check, my boots are wet.